Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some stuff. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. Hope everyone had a good day yesterday as well. Ugh. Hey there, Clap. How's it going? I'm supposed to remind you of something, but I forgot. Fair. Alright. While I try and, rouse myself to the alive nature. Let's see. Hey, Jin, how's it going? Feeling better, I hope? I mean, I've got a splitting headache today for some reason. I think it's... Okay. So, just as a soft reminder, I am in the southern hemisphere of the planet, which means that, it is summertime. And we have really, really high humidity here in New Zealand. I do not do well into humidity. Yesterday was a living nightmare. And I was trying to sleep throughout the entire day, and I would constantly wake up because it's like I have just sweated out all of the liquid in my body. So I'm probably got a headache from dehydration yesterday. Complaining makes it better, yeah. Hey, Banky, how's it going? In fact, I was actually feeling extremely lightheaded when I got up today, which was not a good sign. I spent most of yesterday sleeping, I'll be perfectly honest. It's funny, because I spent most of yesterday sleeping, and then the little bit of it that I spent conscious was, helping a friend of mine with her assignment, in business, which was fun. As someone who lives in a literal desert, I get it. Yeah, it's just, humidity sucks. I can't handle it well. My skin gets extremely irritable during this time. Stuff like that, right? So I definitely am not great into this kind of weather. Undehydrate. I have a bottle of iced tea next to me that I've been, sipping away at this morning. Trying to, fix myself up. But, yesterday, I want to know, and I downed more than, your normal amount of liquid that you're supposed to have for, water and such. And that goes to show how bad it was. Right? I sweat out a lot. I had to have multiple cold showers. Just to, somewhat feel like I could get to sleep after some of the times I woke up. It's just unpleasant. Yeah, so, that's kind of the whole thing. Oh, I am definitely on the tired side. Malith gained gallons, exactly. There we go. But yeah, no, other than that, nothing too bad. Nothing really has happened, other than doctor stuff recently, so I don't have anything interesting to talk about in that sense. trying to even remember. I feel like I had a couple of topics that I was gonna bring to bear, but I can't fucking remember them right now. Ha! Sorry, I just saw something that was announced an hour ago that's interesting. I'm gonna have a look at this. Okay. Who here knows about the Monster Hunter Magic the Gathering secret lair that was gonna come out? Does it include the homies in bedtime? Yeah. So yeah, they had a thing for. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can find the secret lair drop itself. But shorthand is that they've actually they've pulled it. They're pulling it back, and they're basically gonna redo it again, which is actually kind of interesting. MTG. Which I agree, it did fall short. Like, it was not good. I looked at it and I was yeah, they've actually just deleted the post about it too. Give me a sec, I'm gonna have to find it external. Like, the thing is, right, is that the cards themselves, like, some of the cards weren't too bad, but, like, here's an example right here. So this is Soul Ring. Soul Ring is supposed to be an artifact thing. What the fuck is this? This is a dragon, not a Soul Ring. Even some secret lair, like, artists from the past had said, oh, if I could draw a dragon for a fucking Soul Ring, I would've. I didn't know we were allowed to do that. But then, like, some of these, it's like, Blind Obedience isn't too bad, but it's also not worth that kind of price tag that it's gonna come with. Snap, kind of same argument. Village Rites, again, it's a highly common card. This card's played a lot, but is also reprinted more frequently than it's played. There's Mortis, Tooth and Nail. So this here is one lot of the super drop, right? So there's, I think it's 3 super drop, 3 drops inside the super drop. Think of it like that. So you'd be spending, yeah, here we go. 30 to 40 US dollars for these 5 cards. To give you an idea, their base versions of these cards are worth, like, not even 8 US dollars combined. So this is something that we always see as a discussion point in secret lairs, is whether or not these are actually worth their print value, but you also have to acknowledge that obviously you're buying it for the prettiness value, right? This is the next one. This is basically 5 character outfits, designs from the game, for character things. Grand Abolisher massively rocks this price up. Archaeomancer is alright. It's a combo card, but I don't think it's that expensive from memory. So, like, the rest of these are also very inexpensive. Grim Fix. Like, it's basically, the cards kind of felt like this one's here is a great example. So Champion of Lamphold, which is Champion of Kotoko, right? It is a very good card, and I need to get a copy of it for one of the decks I'm building. But, like, it's also only, I don't even think it's $5 New Zealand dollars. I don't understand why people don't just print cards on cardboard and play. So, there is astigmatism as well as tournament ruling, right? So, if you were to play in an official context, you have to use official cards. And theoretically, official cards do actually have enough out there to get them. I will not deny that there is a part of me that's like, if I just set up a printer and set up the proper stuff for it, I probably would just proxy a bunch of cards. Especially knowing one of the cards I'm looking at buying in the near future is over $100, right? And that's kind of problematic. But there is very much, like, if you go to your local card shop, you can't play with those normally. You have to use official products. Because normally the like Friday Night Magic is sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, and Wizards of the Coast has a stipulation that any event that they sponsor or co-sponsor or run in with anything of it has to only use real cards. Then there's these lots here. Like, in my player group that we have, we don't go to the store, we play at home, right? Last week, one of the mates was like, I don't have all the cards for this deck that I want, and grabbed a piece of paper, wrote the name and quick text about the card, and slipped it into his sleeves, the card sleeves. And basically, along with a card to basically make it so you couldn't tell that it was the thing, right? But slipped it in the front, and he played like that, and that's fine. I mean, fuck, I have a deck that has a banned card in it. And that's purely because that deck's a bit of a shitpost, right? I get your point, though, Devil, but it's like, it's one of those things of, I guess it's a social perspective, right? Is that it's like, look, you probably should buy the cards for it. Because other tabletop games just have the same pieces that everyone has access to. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I'm someone that will still keep advocating that a game like Magic should work to print to demand more than print to limited, which is what they do. They do limited print cycles. And I believe that it's okay to have a version of a card that's hundreds of dollars. What should be the case, though, is there should be versions of the cards. Like, I feel, again, a card shouldn't go over $10. I feel like that's a reasonable request. And I'm talking 10 New Zealand dollars, so like 5 US. I think that's a fairly reasonable thing. However, if you, like I said, if you have the same card but a pretty version, that can go to fucking the moon in price. I think that's great. Because that means those that want to bling out their deck, they can do that. That, I think, is great. The problem lies with the fact that that's not how this works, and how wizards function. So one of the biggest mistakes also people make is how Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a great example. The Spider-Man set that came out this year flopped heavily hard. However, Wizards of the Coast reported it being a massive success. Why do you think that's the case? And it's actually a very simple explanation, but it's probably something that a lot of people that don't think how business works is think. It's because when a store, so when Wizards don't care about the money after they've been, okay, how do I better think of it? Stores are vendors, right? The stores have to pre-order the stock before the set releases. Spider-Man was expected to probably be quite a good and successful one on early expectations, especially after what happened with Final Fantasy, which was a resounding success. They sold out. Almost every store in New Zealand sold out within a week or two of basically everything. Now, so with that, Spider-Man coming a bit later on, oh god, it's gonna do great, right? So everyone orders more. The stores buy it from Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast gets the money then. Wizards of the Coast has the money before the set releases, so it's already a resounding success because all the stores overbought. Now all the stores are like, fuck! No one's buying these because they're shit! And now all the stores are complaining because they can't sell them, and a few stores are now selling them at what's called under MSRP. MSRP is basically the standard expectation price that Wizards of the Coast set now, because they didn't do it for a while, but they started resetting these again, because that tells you if you're getting ripped off by your local store or not. Because one of my LGSs, my first LGS would do that. They would sell well above MSRP for certain products because they knew it was popular, and they said, and I'm going to kind of imagine me putting quotation marks up with my hands, they said it was to stop scalpers. The problem is, you wanna know something? And I'm gonna call them out a little on this. When I mentioned that Final Fantasy sold out across the country, I lied. There was 2 stores in the whole country that didn't sell out, and one of them was my old LGS because they were so fucking above the expected price bracket that nobody could afford them. The Precons was the best example of this. They were nearly double MSRP. Which, keep in mind, that's about $120, $140, I think, was the expectation. These fuckers had some of them priced at nearly $600, and these weren't even the, like, special edition ones. So, yeah, no, it was fucking stupid. But yeah, so here's basically the cards, and it's just, the problem is, I'm gonna be really brutally honest, Nezahal is a great card, but it is only about $5 here. Zayatora is an incredibly good one, but it's also very inexpensive. And then, like, these 3 kind of meh. Then you get to this grouping of ones, which is, like, a little bit more interesting. Because this one kind of tutors. This one's from a very old precon that kind of does some interesting stuff. This card I own, and it's actually a shitpost. And that's about it. So, and keep in mind, these are all priced the same. So 30 or 40 US, depending on if you want non-foil or foil versions of these. So this drop was a disappointment, and I think it was a very fair statement to say. So they've actually, like, straight up say, hey, we fucked up with this, we didn't, like, we agree with the opinions, we're gonna pull back on it. And I'm like, okay, great that you're pulling back on it, but, like, also, isn't that something that you should have, like, been able to recognize before announcing it? For completion's sake. Yeah, but that's the thing. So very much this year is a big talk about how, like, you can't be a collector in Magic anymore unless you're, like, fucking rich. Mort Dog, for example, is one of the people I'll point towards this. he has tried to do a massive collector streak with a lot of the Final Fantasy cards specifically, and good on him, go for it. I'm not gonna like be mean about it because like he's got a fuckload of money. Like he is a high-end developer, a senior developer in a lot of things. Yeah. It's fine. He's like, that makes sense. But like, that's one of the only people I know of that could even consider that sort of stuff, right? We're talking a senior game designer is able to afford this sort of stuff, and even he was like, it's getting spenny. Like, if you owned all of the high-end collector aside from like the true chase cards from the Final Fantasy set, you could put a down payment on a house. And I'm meaning a nice house. Like, that's how much money it's worth. I have cards that are worth over $100 in New Zealand. In fact, if you want a really scary thing quickly, the Chilean deck that I keep talking about, right? I talk about it on a semi-frequent basis because it's the deck that I absolutely adore and love working on. I keep nudging its power level around a little bit. I keep doing slight differences with it. Give me a second. That password. Like, this is my baby deck. This is the deck that I'm like, I love this deck so much and I want to keep putting in the full work for it, right? If I was to finish building it with what it's currently worth, it's 740 US dollars, which is over 1,000 New Zealand dollars. And before you go, oh, well, that's insane. You wanna know what's scarier? If I set to collected value, I already have over nearly 300 US dollars worth of the price owned in the deck. Now, admittedly, yes, there is a lot of the value still in the not owned section, but that's because, like, the One Ring is over 100 US dollars. It's 140-ish, 120, 40 kind of range here. Delny is a 40 US dollar card. There's a couple of cards like that that basically are where all the price is, and then the rest of it's fine. Right? There's that champion I was talking about. Yeah. So yes, this deck is a great example of, like, it depends on what you're getting into Magic for. Because I'll be perfectly honest as well. This is a deck that's currently, all the cards listed here are in my drawer next to me. And are in the pile to make this deck, right? This is literally just cards from my fucking collection. And it's like 80 US dollars so far for 3/4 of the deck. Or two-thirds of the deck. This is another deck that's a great example of pricing, right? This is a deck that I own all but like 4 cards for? It's like 100 US dollars. I bought a pre-con. That's when 90% of the cards came from for this. And the pre-con was this character's pre-con. She's just in the 99 now. And it's because I wanted to make a deck with the second Doctor. Like, card games like this, whenever you hear, like, price bullshit, always the response that's I'm gonna give, and I always want to make sure I give this, is that it is only as expensive as you want it to be. There are people that make decks that are, like, 40 US dollars. Which means that you're active, and these, again, reminder, these are 100 card decks that we're building in Commander. That is less than $50 per card. But what about the real good cards? Yeah. Again, like, this is what I mean is, if you're chasing the most popular, strongest cards, yes, you're probably going to be spending a fairly high amount of money. But you don't need to. Like, I have seen decks that are built for, like, I think there was one deck at my old LGS that was built for like 80 bucks, right? Like 80, 70 bucks. He literally didn't have it sleeved because that was the joke. Because it was like just cheap shit cards put together. And it fucked people up. But it was one of the strongest decks he had that he could just pull out. Because it was just really strong and really fast. And, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's a great example, nowadays, though, of, like, why, print to demand should be more of the approach. Because, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I've looked at Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot now, especially, because of the Genesis format. I will be building a deck for that, by the way. I've talked with someone, and the thing is, the deck I want to build, pretty fucking cheap. Like almost every single card in it is under $1. And that's something that I saw fairly consistently across all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that, like, you aren't, unless you're going after, like, really high-end chase versions of cards, you're not spending much in that game to make decks. Like, they're very cheap because they're just very available. There's a lot of the cards are overall cheap, and they all, like, don't limit format too much. Or, like, they don't limit how many they print as much by comparison to Magic. Because Wizards of the Coast do print to scarcity. They do actually try and create a bit of a scarcity format, which is frustrating to me because I'm going to be perfectly honest, right? They don't actually theoretically benefit anywhere near as much from the scarcity as they would from just printing to demand. Especially with the way that the modern day is. For Dragon Make archetypes. Because Slobber Overmaids. So Dragon Maids is actually the one that I've been convinced to play just because of the way it plays. My mate got a couple of cards, he showed me what they did, and I was like, oh, I understand. I like toolbox, tempo style, so it kinda works for me. But, like, again, the deck that I use as a foundation for building off of, if you give me a second. Yeah, this is a really great creative stream so far, by the way, so much art being done. Was it you? Yeah, this is the one that I use as kind of like the baseline for the deck, right? Not saying this is exactly what I'm building, but it's just kind of a general gist. This is $40 US, right? Stream halfway done already, too. Fuck no, I am streaming for a good period of time today. Or at least that's the goal. But yeah, no, this is the thing, and it's like, if I hover over these, it gives me a general gist. This is, like, not $1. That one's a little bit more. It starts getting into your dollar range. Fucking barely worth the, price of the cardboard. Like, this one's about $1 or $2. Like, this is where I sit with, it's like, No, this is fine. Right? Like, if I have to spend 60 bucks to build a deck, that's fine. I don't think that's a problem. Especially knowing that I'm potentially not spending that because, one of my friends has a shitload of the cards and is said that they'll bring some around so I can have a look-see, to try and build the deck because they like just having more people to play with, and I'm like, that's what is okay with you, then I'll do that. The woman is where the real cost is at? No, it's the dragons. It's the dragons or the fusions, and the fusions aren't even worth that much. Jin, I have looked at this very thoroughly. I know what I'm saying. It's the high-end dragons and the fusions. Those are where the price of the deck lies. Because you don't want as many of the dragons, you want more of the actual, like, the human forms. Because the human forms can help you get the other parts. Like, you either do the tutor, you get the tutor one, you get the mill one, stuff like that, right? Because you want the dragons in your graveyard, and you want the humans in your hand or on the field. So you can get the humans out, right? That's the general idea. I was looking at limited editions when I looked at... Probably. Because again, that's the thing. There is... Unlike how... So, rarity in Magic the Gathering is very different to the rarity in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very, very cool with how it does its rarity in my eyes. Rarity in Magic is that this card... so, Swords to Plowshares here. This is an uncommon. This card here is a mythic. This card here is a common. Right? The card itself is that ranking. There is not like a mythic version of Tulane Teller of Tales, there is just an uncommon. They very rarely change the rarity of a specific card thing, like that. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the same card can have different rarities, and those different rarities are different visual versions of the card. So, a higher rarity means that it might have some more foil effects, it might have some prettier visual aspects to it. Might have some treatments, stuff like that. And so that's where the sense of, like, your price goes up at that stage. To get the basic bitch version of the card, you're not spending much. Again, there's a reason why I showed that deck. That deck was $40 US. And that's for a full 40 cards with all of the sideboard, everything. Sideboard, fusion deck, everything included. Whereas, like, if I was to make an efficient deck of that sort of caliber, this is kind of what you're looking at. You're, like, again, this will be the most expensive deck I own if it's built. My current one is the Kefka one, I think, right? I'm pretty sure Kefka is still my most expensive real one. Yeah, which is $400 US. To really ground that home, that is 736 New Zealand dollars. Visit the local card shop and get sleeves and card box for all the Pokemon cards I bought that don't fit in the card box and are bought off Sega Store. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I recommend buying just like a binder, one of the folder things. Binder books. They're just the best way to store cards if you've not got an obscene amount. For me, I literally have a full, like, desk drawer full with them, right? And it's worse now than I last showed it because of Avatar. But, you know, this is the most expensive deck that I own. It's a very powerful deck. And it's not even well put together, it's a bit of a shitpost. Because it's just got a lot of, like, Garland probably doesn't need to be in here. But Garland's funny. I could easily clean this deck up a lot and, like, make it a bit more tight in terms of power. And what it would do if I removed a couple of cards that are in here because of flavor. Can sit on my bookcase? Yeah. No, that's the best way to store cards when you've not got, like, thousands. If you've got a couple hundred, it's great. Maybe I can find a smaller one. I mean, you can get binders that are just 4x4. Or 2x2, sorry, space. So it's 4 cards. So it's basically kind of like your old, those ones are kind of sized like an old, CD disc thing. A couple dozen? Yeah, no, you just... I recommend getting a binder then. But yeah, it's like, it's the old CD, road trip cases. Like, you can pretty much get that sort of size. Though I don't know how many people remember those, because, I don't think anyone fucking does that shit anymore. Yeah, like, this is a deck that I want to build, that I'm got a lot more cards than it says are here. Because I just haven't marked off all the cards that I actually own for this. Reminds me, I need to fucking... Oh, I don't want to nag him, but I kind of want to nag him. My mate that said he would get me the Hatsune Miku stuff. Like, I'd like to get those when I can. Preferably before Christmas time. So I can actually build some of the decks that I want to build with them. I still love this deck. This deck is my favorite deck design because I made it while I was half awake. And it's literally just hit empty, play land. It's play as many fucking lands as possible. Normally you're supposed to have like 35 lands. This is 50. Little different. Little different. Back from the hospital. Opal went well. Where is... Yeah, everyone's fucking talking about the wizards pulling the secret lair at the moment. Can't share, Cardless's URL, yeah. I mean, also TCG Player is, a site I would avoid, personally, for moral reasons, but you know. I don't like TCG after what they fucking did. Um... Let's see. And I can't read Japanese. I mean, you can just look up the card. No? Oh my god, what the fuck is how you... I can't even look at that because of the way it's formatted. What the fuck is that? Why is it a shitty long strip? What? Not aware of saying or controversy. Basically, TCG Player had a lot of shit treatment for its workers. They tried to unionize it and they came through and basically kicked them in the teeth. They actually did come in and stop unionization. Like, straight up. That is something they did. After mistreating their workers, they forced them to be unable to unionize. Can't look it up without typing Japanese. Like, okay, my thought is maybe look at a site where you can look at the cards and then you can reverse go from that. Or are you just going and getting... I'm trying to think. Like, there's normally scan functions of this sort of stuff. Hell, I've got an app on my phone for scanning in Magic cards that just, like, grabs what it is expected based on what I'm showing it. I'm sure there's an app for that sort of stuff as well. TCG Player had one. Yeah, there's several other places that have that sort of stuff. No, I just, it's a personal gripe. I'm not telling you you have to do this or that. I just fucking unload TCG after they did that. So I use Card Kingdom for my, like, external buying stuff overseas. Also, Card Kingdom just tends to be better for Magic, anyway. I don't know what it's like for other formats or other card games. Maybe I should have a look. Check if it's got, like, something like that for Yu-Gi-Oh! To be fair, there seems to be perfectly, like, adequate amounts of Yu-Gi-Oh! Supply in New Zealand. I've not really seen any cards that I'd like to get that aren't available. Ugh. Pardon me. One day I wonder if I should try and make an online catalog of all the cards I own for Magic. It will take actual days to scan that shit in at this point. Like, I cannot stress that enough. Like, the fact that I found cards the other day that I didn't even know I fucking had. Cause it's one of those things of, okay. So when you buy a pre-con, you get what's called like a collector teaser booster pack thing, where it's basically 2 or so cards from the collector boosters. They're normally shit, right? They're normally not like you're not likely to get chase cards in it. You might get a card or 2 that look kind of pretty. I forgot the cards that I got from a specific one of those, and I was like, holy shit, I'm looking at these. These are interesting. This one I found, that it's like very pretty, I'll say that. Absolutely. But I found the foil version of, see if I can find, Scryfall. I wonder if there's like something like Scryfall for your Pokemon cards. Maybe that would get you there. Come on. Scry. Okay, Quintal, that'll get me there. Quintal Lawmaster. This one. I have the foil version of this. Which, it's really pretty, because, like, the foil treatment for the main card, like, accentuates all these, like, line parts here. At this point, you need a money read. Oh, no, that's genuinely what the app on my phone does. Like, I can scan it in and find out how much money it's worth. Immediately. But yeah, no, like, a thing where I just put, like, a stack of cards and it just goes through and scans all of them. That'd be amazing. But yeah, no, so I have this card. I'm not gonna lie, this looks interesting to build around. Either I build around this card, or I put this in a Zuko deck. Right? Like, this actually just looks interesting to build with. Because I looked it up on EDH, and it doesn't look like it's a very popular card either. You know what? Since we've been doing all of this magic searching, I'm just gonna have this in the background. So, like, at least there's some art going on. Okay, so yeah, so this is that dude. I genuinely feel like you could put this into a Zuko deck and it would be pretty good. And play like around a Spirit's Exile sort of thing. As long as you're having fun. I mean, that is the important thing, right? It's also like the first time I've sat at my desk properly that's not like helping someone out for multiple days now. I'd pay someone to scan it for you. That would be fucking funny. Because, so, to explain why I keep talking about Zuko, Zuko has a thing where it's like you want to cast or have things enter from exile. Zuko Firelord, specifically. Fire Lord Zuko. This is the card. I actually do have a copy of this. Only one, though. So it's 5 bending X, where X is Zuko's power. And whenever you cast a spell from exile, or whenever a permanent you control enters from exile, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. This guy has, at the beginning of your end step, exile target non-land, non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard, create a spirit token, right? Sacrifice a spirit, choose a card exiled by this fella. You may cast that card this turn without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into the graveyard, put it into the bottom of the owner's library instead. So what this dude kind of wants to do is exile stuff from your graveyard, go wide, and cast stuff from exile. Firelord Zuko likes that, and it's within his colors. It's Boros. This is, Mardu. So it allows for it. I had to have a fucking thought for a second there. So I'm actually wondering if I try and make like this Boros package around these sorts of exile from your graveyard to recast effects. And like try and go wide with the spirits. And I thought that'd be really fucking interesting. Because it would be very different to a lot of the Firelord Zuko decks that I've seen my group play. Because I should mention there is 2 Firelord Zuko decks in my pod. So it'd be kind of interesting. And I probably could do it quite cheaply as well, because like all these cards here, the Quintorius ones, are relatively cheap. So I could probably toss this together. I do own a few of the copies of some of these cards I'm scrolling past as well. Like, it might be an interesting deck to just try and put together and see where I get with it. I don't know. It'd be a strange one. There's a few ways I can use to abuse a lot of, like, aspects of this stuff as well. But yeah, like, I did actually look at getting, this card here. This card, has a precon. I did want to try and get them, so I'm wondering if I should do that. And do that with the Zuko and go like huge wide token deck strategy and have the value come from casting stuff from exile to benefit on it. Thought it'd be interesting. Something I thought about the other day when I found that card and haven't really done much more than that on it. Anyway, so this is the fucking drawing that I was doing last week. I did a little bit more work on, tried to do some more cleanup, but yeah. Phone's not fucking charging. I really need to get the new charging cable for this thing. There we go. Alright, I just had an illegal idea. Oh no. Well, it can't be worse than some of the ideas that we've had on this channel so far. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? Let's see, people like to do voices for D&D characters, right? So a voice synth and training is a thing. I could do a whole campaign where all NPCs are VTubers and write scripts to them and have VO made by AI for personal use of only. I mean, if you do that, I will say one thing, right? Again, personal use makes it a little bit more acceptable. Still contact the VTubers in question and go, hey, for private use only, I would like to do this. Would that be okay? It is still kind of a good thing to try your best to just make sure that that's cool with them, or at least inform them that it's happening. Right? I'm freezing, got down off the bus at the wrong stop. Oh no! Hope it gets better for you then. I fucking hate that. I do have that issue. Tons of time first to check the pipeline. Random video profiles that are generated by AI. Yeah. Because that's the thing, you don't... Like, I'll always stand by this. If you've got a personal project like that, there's nothing wrong, per se. But it is still a moral obligation to try your best to, like, inform individuals of that sort of stuff. People might disagree with me on that, but it's a personal thing. Like, I'll say this now, right? If someone wants to use my voice for AI training or whatever, it's not that I have an issue with it, it's that I have an issue with it without my consent. You're so hot that I feel all warmed up. God damn it. Let's see. I'm thinking something like Zen setup, where I say the line myself, then have speech to text, then text to speech, then I don't have to worry about making voices for each character. Yeah. I do worry about the delay though. A normal session of 4 hours already. Totally agree with what you said, by the way. Yeah, like it's... I think you could probably set something like that up. I think that would definitely help. It is definitely a useful and interesting tool to have for something like D&D. Or just tabletop in general. I know, there was a thing I heard discussed recently about people complaining that because of people like Matt Mercer and some of the other very, very well-known DMs, that it's become progressively harder on them because now there's like this expectation of basically being able to voice act, which I think's I don't think that's a fair argument to make personally, because like if people are complaining you're not doing voice acting like Matt Mercer, you can get fucked immediately, I'll be honest. Been going on for years. I know, but I saw the discourse getting pretty heated recently. That's why I even mentioned about that. That it's like almost getting to a point where it is genuinely considered an expectation, and it's like, no, that's not how this works. It is a bonus, it's nothing more. Depends on the table, so yeah. Ever since Critical Role, Campaign 2, people were complaining that about the Matt Mercer effect. Yeah, I do know about that. Took over in D&D and people are complaining about him too. Yeah. I think the main people affected are those that offer paid DM services. I guess that would probably make a fair bit of sense on that matter. I mean, okay, I will say, if you're offering a paid service like being a DM, that's a bit of a different argument now, because you're like, that's one of those, like, you have to price accordingly, I guess. And I mean this with the nicest sense, is if you can't offer a high, like, a specific service that's kind of in that industry, you need to accept that you can't do it and price accordingly. There's nothing wrong with not being able to voice act, but if you're like... There's a level of that pricing, right? I guess. But also, obviously I don't know enough about that area, so maybe I'm talking out my ass on that one. I do agree there are people online who try and fail, imitate them, and people who pressure others to play like them, but it's honestly just a problem with new players having specific expectations. Yeah. I agree. Market is moving forward, and person needs to compete and will be very aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, no, like, I think that's the thing I say, is it's not to say that you're a worse DM because you can't do voices. It's to say that you're a different DM, you probably have other skill sets that you probably excel at, and you need to advertise to them more. Like, if they go, oh, you don't have, you can't do voices, like, yeah, but I can plan a campaign a bit differently. Right? Probably a larger group affected by streamers being compared to them. Oh yeah, no, I'd assume that's probably the majority of it, right? Is it would actually be content creators getting affected by it? If anything. It's any content creator just basically, I would assume, and I mean this with, like, the most love, I wouldn't be surprised if the vast majority of, like, tabletop playing groups on something like YouTube or Twitch or whatever will have comments that's like, oh, well, Critical Role do it better. There are many good DMs who can't voice act but are amazing at running games. Yeah, exactly. Like, do I think voice acting adds a level of charm to a game that's, like, great? Yes. But, like, so does actually having a good, cohesive plot. So does having a story that actually involves the characters that are there. Right? Like, if you told me I had to trade out, like, okay voice acting for a better gameplay loop, I would probably can do that 90% of the time. Voice acting is a nice addition, not a necessity. Let's see. And running a game and making sure players are having fun is more important than funny voices and sound effects, in my opinion. Even more for paid DMs. Yes. That's why we're saying, like, it's not that it should be an expectation. It should be just an thing you advertise for or work around accordingly. Like, look, if someone's coming to buy a DM because they want them to be able to voice act, go for it. But that... Think of it like this. If you can act as a DM and you have these other traits that a lot of these other great DMs have, then price yourself higher. Fuck it. That's kind of more the perspective I'm putting forward with it, is it's less people should price themselves less, and it's more that people that can do these things should price themselves higher. Because then it balances out. You want a paid DM that does voice acting and has all of these other things you want? You gotta pay a premium, buddy. Weaving player backstory into plot is much harder and more fun. Yeah, I genuinely think that's one of the best ways to do it, right? Is to have, like, characters come together and actually feel like they're part of that story instead of just acting in a setting. That's one of the things I see the most, in my eyes, charming about a tabletop experience. Is having something I created, even if I'm not the DM, come to life in amongst everything else. Right? Like, fuck, I've said before, we've talked about, like, protagonist syndrome, I think, loosely a couple of times, or, especially in relation to, like, tabletop, right? Where there will be someone at your table that potentially wants to be the main character, which is not how a D&D session works. I would probably play a character that's the exact opposite, and is actively trying not to be the main character, and keeps doing things that ends up putting them in more important positions, like, fuck! Right? That would be something I would work with the DM about. Whereas, like, I want a character that, like, actively doesn't want to be important, but keeps, like, doing shit that ends up being important. Can we do that as a character? Right now I'm running a module adventure, Curse of Thing, Curse of Shroud, and I'm turning bosses into custom special enemies, adding backstory connections for the players, and turn the dead characters into new antagonists. A lot that can be done, even with a pre-written adventure. Yeah. In my opinion, is funny voice for that one ghoul that got beheaded in season 4. Yeah, exactly. No, again, one of these days, I'll actually play. And I feel like I'm going to have a whole lot to talk about at that point. We ran the old Very Bad Adventure. They actually wrote the hard R in that book. Yikes. Oh god, okay. That's... Yeah, okay. That was the antagonist from a book in, like, 1984. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, it makes sense when you get that time period sort of thing, but still, like, god damn. That's a spicy, thing to do. Let's see. So old adventures would have at length a detailed description of space sizes and dungeons that was to help people imagine. They ended up super long and impossible to imagine when numbers get big enough. Yeah. I mean, it's the same issue that a writer has with a story where it's like they try and over-explain a scene. And in the process you lose the reader, right? This is actually it's a phenomenon, and I can't remember the name of it. Like, there's a term for that specific kind of phenomenon, and I can't remember what it is. But yeah, it is, like, really stupid when it happens. It's a big issue a lot of early writers have as well, I saw. Back when I was, like, doing, like, what is it called again? Beta reading for people? As they would over-explain, things in the attempt of trying to, like, oh no, I want to make sure I guide the player to see, or, like, guide the reader to these sorts of things. It's like, in the process, you've now made this reader not give a shit and tune out. Like, it's all good going, like, I really want to make it clear there's the space that they're working with and stuff like that, but that's why you use example descriptors, is what I think I termed it as a lot of the time. Where it's like, oh, you've entered a big room. Say, like, even fucking opponents, after the lights ablaze, a quick glance shows how cavernous the space you're in now is. It's like, you know it's a room, you know it's fucking massive. Like, it's better than saying it is a room that is, like, 300 or 30 meters tall. It's like, fuck, why would I give a shit about that? And then if you're gonna go like, oh, well, I want to introduce a giant into that room. It's like, yeah, let the giant then eventually dictate how big the room is. Describe the giant's height. You have a room. Cool. Then you say cavernous. You're walking through it further. The giant appears, and you have the statements like, and the giant stands solidly tall, larger than the inn you were at earlier, or whatever, the inn they were at earlier. And it's like, well, the inn was already mentioned to be like 3-4 stories tall, so you've got a really good gauging there, and you've got like a gripping thing, especially when you've got a character that doesn't. I may or may not be pulling from a very specific experience right now, and I apologize. There's one female, young-looking man. Good lord. They're all over over the place. You're ambushed by 4 monkeys, 2 wolves, and 5 rats. Okay. Why not? So hi, they're 3 people from a circus on not just the ceiling. Swift, quick, descriptive. And again, like, that's one of those ones where you do those sorts of descriptions because it's also like, oh, well, the character's from a circus, or they've just come from a circus. You've now given a description that would actually be how an individual would internalize this sort of thing. Because that's the thing a lot of people will misunderstand. When you think of, oh, I said something's as tall as 2 buildings, you'll have a building in your head. Right? Like, it's a 2-story, it's taller than a 2-story house. You'll have a 2-story house that will flick into your brain very, very quickly. To imagine that. And that's because that's how people, like, actualize these thoughts. Is they have some way of comparing it to something they understand. So that's why I say, like, if you're giving a description of, like, 3 people from a circus on each other's shoulders, like, you've now described something in a way that's, like, a person that has either gone to a circus recently or is from a circus would probably describe it as. I usually describe the size of things by comparing them to the room we're in. Yeah. Exactly, you've given context like that. Again, I won't deny what I'm putting forward also is, like, probably not quite how you do it in D&D some regards, because I'm talking about more of a reader than a player's. Right? And there's a big description difference between a, what I would tell a player and what I would tell a reader. Because the player would need better comparison points because they actually need to be able to move around in that space. A reader doesn't. A reader just needs to be able to imagine the space. And imagine what the character is doing. That's actually a good point. I realize now saying that, like, I feel like tabletop games do require more description than a book, right? Or, like, more actionable descriptions than a book. Or a story, I guess. Like a written story. That's a weird thought, but, like, that makes sense. Let's see. Something fun is to relate to information relevant to the character's players. Yeah, because it needs to interact with the player, and it'll be able to understand the character's... Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's just a weird idle thought that's like very obvious upon inspection, but like not something I would have thought about as much before. Let's see, at the start of my eating group, we had Tinwit, the gnome bard, who was less than 4 feet tall, so we started measuring the size of things and how many Tinwits high or wide it is. Okay, it's funny. If I'm part of some adventures, you roll, and if the player roll badly, you simply miss the plot and spend an extra hour fighting a random monster to get back on track. Yeah. Started as a joke by a player, and then we started to use it more and more. I mean, like, that's the other thing as well, is, like, I find that fascinating that no matter what, you've got to guide them towards the point, but it's like, god damn, you're not gonna pick up the book right there, you fucking morons. Like, we could be done, or, like, we could be advancing a lot further on if you just picked up the fucking book in the previous room. Why must you players be like this? As a game designer, I understand that pain very well. As a fucking software engineer, I also understand that pain because of the amount of times I'd have to sit there with a user and go like, are you joking right now, or are you actually just this dumb? Side video, they missed the road and had to fight like 20 baboons. They spent like 30 minutes just fighting monkeys before resuming the plot. That's kind of funny. Well, like, you rolled bad, you didn't know this crucial piece of info, so no one notices this one crucial piece of plot in the bushes. I don't know, I feel like... Am I mean for saying, and I'm gonna say this, like, tentatively, because I feel like I'm gonna get flack for this. I've looked at Critical Role very briefly, here and there, especially back when, and it didn't really interest me. I don't think, and this is a personal thing, I don't think I'm much of a, like, if I play a tabletop, I don't think I like it as serious. And that's why, like, Legends of Adventurous have been, like, way more fun to watch for me. Like, I actually actively watch their shorts and, like, some of their stream highlights and stuff like that. But, like, Critical Role just... too much of it feels too heavy and too serious to me. And that's the stuff that doesn't interest me with the tabletop stuff. Kind of reminds me of how I like to play Commander, right? It's like, every once in a while I'll like to lock in and play a game seriously. Like, a little bit at least. But, like, the most of the time when I'm playing Commander, I actually like the fact that sometimes, with the group that I have, we just straight up stop playing and talk for, like, 10 minutes. Right? Like, it's about being able to hang out with friends doing something fun, to me. Less about doing these, like, very intense storylines. Look at tips and tricks, but not actually a campaign. I mean, that's kind of what I mean with, like, the Legends of Adventurous, right? It's like, I haven't watched a full campaign stream. Oh, no, I watched one. I watched the Christmas, one-shot they did. Because that was fucking hysterical. But I just don't have the time to watch a full campaign. Really? It's why I, like, keep looking at the Juniper one. The one that Juniper's in, I should say. And going like, I want to watch it. I just can't justify the amount of time spent. I like having the campaign in my ear while I do things. That's fair. I mean, that's me with, well, I earworm a lot of, like, random things nowadays. Like, at the moment, I've been earworming a lot of, like, Battlegrounds gameplay from Hearthstone. Because I don't want to play it, but I'm curious about, like, professionals playing it. I used to do that with TFT a lot. I used to do that with, like, I do that with just about any game, is I'll just watch a professional play it for a little while. Earworm listening to them talk on the subject, because I'm always curious what a professional player in a scene thinks of a game and thinks should be happening and shouldn't be happening. Because in the nicest sense, pro players aren't game designers. And at the end of the day, there are many instances where it's very obvious they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to certain things. However, it's still worthwhile listening to, right? Because there might be insights to something happening that you might not have thought of as a developer, because your perspective is very, very different. Like, TFT is always the one where I can't listen to pros for too long on it. Because high-end professionals of that game want a very specific kind of game. And the problem is, Teamfight Tactics is a casual-orientated game primarily. Unlike League itself, League has a mixture of high competitive and casual. But TFT is primarily looking for the casual experience. So, like, who do you tailor to in that situation? Well, obviously you're trying to tailor to your casual audience. Well, with that being the case, you're now going to have to deal with the whole sleuth of problems that's going to result in with the professional players. that's why I like listening to that sort of stuff from time to time. But yeah, that's a great game of looking at that sort of stuff, because, yeah, professional players want more consistency a lot of the time. They want more, like, actionable lines. They want more, consistent games, whereas, like, a casual audience, as a casual player, you're probably just gonna fucking boot up the game and play the game, and, like, try and do the, either a funny thing, or the thing you saw on YouTube. I love short form content. I fucking hate short form content. But I'm also, like, kind of very grumpy old man energy, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I watch short-form content when I'm like, I don't have enough time to watch 10-minute videos, so I'll watch, like, 2 shorts. But I won't tend to watch much more than, like, a little bit. Yeah, I don't have the issue with the, like, what if I miss something out? Like, if I'm watching something that I might miss something on, I tend to focus on it, specifically. Because fear of missing out is just kind of, ugh. I don't even think if there's anyone I watch nowadays that I've, like, very specifically set aside time to watch. And don't, like, let it willingly, just kind of exist in the background. I watch Daily Show for keeping up with news. I don't tend to watch any YouTube or anything like that for keeping up with news. I tend to just have... Okay, this might tell a little bit about me as well. So I have subscribed to a bunch of news networks for, like, emails. And I... just tend to go, like, gaze over the briefest of stuff as much as I can. I've had to learn other languages to try and keep up with this stuff as well. And then, like, investigate further when I look at it. On TV, not YouTuber. They just upload sections on YouTube. I mean, like, yes, I do know about that. Because one of the ones of those that I even kind of enjoyed was one that got... I think he moved to Prime, right? What was the one that I watched? Was it... Daily Show? What's the one with the fucking nerdy guy? I'm gonna look up fucking YouTube just quickly. Sure, it will be in my history because I've watched it kind of recent-ish. Wait, I am actually subscribed to them, aren't I? Last Week Tonight. Yeah, Last Week Tonight is the one that I keep a little bit of a tab on. I think he moved to Prime. But he also posts over on YouTube. I'm not sure what's happened to them at this point. I just keep see shorts from time to time, and I'm like, oh, I might as well have a look. I mean, again, I'll be honest, a lot of the time when a big news thing happens, I see something over on Twitter randomly, and then I look it up to, like, actually get the information about the event. Oh, alright. Well, I've cleaned up the sketch. What do you guys think? She is now in 5 campaigns. Yep, sounds about right. I know I'm very behind on that stuff. Like, it's one of those things that is a pet peeve with me where I know, and I want to catch up on that sort of stuff or look into it. I just can't, and that's one that I will take a little bit seriously, right? Three of them are hardcore campaigns. The DM is trying to kill them. That sounds kind of funny. Oh no, you've gotta be shitting me. That's not a real thing that I just saw. These developers, man. What the fuck is this? This is a new skin, apparently, in Marvel Rivals. I think this is like the Win animation or something like that. Wait. Let it load properly. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean that that's a skin? Choked on my tea, what the fuck did I witness? Ass! Venom's ass! That's wild as fuck to see. Fucking what? Apparently Twitch has now increased the maximum amount of gifts you can get as gift subs you can give at once. So the previous one was 200, which is an insane amount, right? Are you ready for the new one that they offer now? So it's like you can give 50, you can give 100, you can give 200. Now you can give 1,000 subscribers at once. What the fuck do you mean you can gift 1,000 subscribers? It's like 4K. It is for nearly 5K US. It is for 4,990 apparently. You can save $1,000 by doing it this way because it would cost you over nearly 6,000. Yeah, like, that is such a, like, only a handful of streamers are even gonna ever see that occur, right? That's wild. That is so wild. I'm not gonna get over that, eh? How does one get to that point? That is impossible. Oh, you know one thing I am a little upset at though. So, I've been trying to roll for Hyacinth in Star Rail because she's like a really good healer that I want. Fucking didn't get her. I'm upset. I am like nearly at max pity as well, and I'm on a guarantee, and I didn't fucking get her, and I put so much of my resources into that. Because I wanted to get her, and then I wanted to get, whatchamacallit? Fucking pink kid girl. I'm actually blanking. Cyrene. Because I wanted to have a full team of, Chrysos ears for my Casterus team. Because I thought it would be funny. Because then I would have a Hyacinth as the healer, Evernight is the sub DPS, Cyrene is the support, and Casterus is the main carry. And it would just be like, this is my little homage to, Emphorius arc. It's also, like, one of the meta teams, but I don't give a shit about that. I just wanted to do that because it's funny. No, wait. Okay, so there's a meme I saw on Twitter yesterday. There's no fucking way that that's... I'm gonna spin out. Okay, so I'm gonna show this. This is the meme here, this video. I'm not gonna show this until you see the beauty that fucking Sayu apparently is one of the English VAs in this scene. I am not gonna be able to handle this correctly now. That is wild. Have any of you seen this clip? Like, this is a clip that is definitely on the verge of I probably can't... Yeah, the Iron Mouse reply fucking sends me. That's basically how I'm thinking about this as well. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. No, this clip, I listened to it yesterday and I just kind of was like, I don't know how to feel about this. Are you ready for something I arguably shouldn't be fucking playing on? So this is the dub of this anime, and again, the guy apparently I'm gonna pause the music to really let you guys experience this truly. I cannot preface this. This is just an experience. You don't know, it's mainly listening, Jin. It's mainly listening. I recommend headphones in for anyone that may need that suggestion.
Oh no!
It's fine. Don't let me get in your way.
That's yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah, so I saw that meme yesterday, and I was like, that's a thing. That's a thing that happened. And then now to know Sayu is one of the memes. Oh yeah, yep, that's a whole thing. That's a whole ass thing, huh? What's wrong, Devil? What are you questioning? Kids living in my building, don't ever play that shit again. What do you mean? Look, I want to say, ample warning for the fact that you might want to put things like headphones in or whatever. I feel like I did my due diligence. This is why I can't talk about animated normies. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. It's so wild. Check memes on Discord. Oh no. That's amazing. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so good. You gave me literally like 3 seconds. I mean... That's ample time. Oh, God. That's... Wait, I need to just respond with something quickly. Okay. That's my funny thirst tweet for the day. Alright. How do people multi-watch Twitch streams? If I recall correctly, isn't it like, they can collab up and there's like a screen for it all? I want to say it reminded me a little bit of like how Discord kind of had it. With like the multi-view on that. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's like the streamers can multi-do it all up. I haven't tested it out, obviously, myself. I should test it out. Have a look at it someday. Let's test. Nah, I'm good. I'll probably... Like, I don't tend to... Like, this is the weird thing, right? I think I'm definitely an abnormal for this. Is when I stream, like, do collab streams with, like, Yawa and all that. I don't like streaming myself because I think it's a better experience to me just focus on being able to have fun with them. That's one thing I'll always stick to, eh? So I'll probably never actually set up that sort of the collabing thing feature myself at any point. But surely, like... surely it's probably not too bad. But yeah, no, I think... What was it as well? I think, is it up to... you can watch up to like 3 Twitch streams at the same time before you start getting considered like flagged AFK in those. Or something like that. Like flagged as a non-viewer. I think is how it is. Skylab is on platform. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. So, and then found outside platform while using... okay. So, I don't know. Yeah. No, it's like, it was a thing that was talked about recently amongst a couple of content creators, is just like the idea of like, hey, if you want to support as many as you can support this many with a sort of thing, right? I found that very fascinating. What am I looking at? I'm literally just like fucking squizzing at a couple of things right now. If I want to support money emoji, God no. I mean, that's the thing I'll always stand by, right? Is that like the best form of support is just watching people. Then, it's because what, I did the fucking math shit for it all at one point. I think on Twitch, if you want to effectively support your content creator the most and you are willing to spend money, it is typically subscribers that you like, subs that you want to gift. Because higher sub count means they get more viewership and like more traction. The more traction they have, the more viewers they get, the more support they'll get additionally. So basically, donating to them is great. So, doing the gifting subs means that they grow more, which is fascinating. I don't know what it's like on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it's similar. I'm pretty sure the more members you have, the better it is. I should probably look into that, eh? I tend to be the person people come to for the info, so I probably should look it up. Emotional support. Yeah, it's always the important one. To be fair, this is, like, streaming, so y'all shouldn't be giving me emotional support, you should be giving me emotional damage, right? I thought that was the common. Emotional damage. What's this? I wonder if there's any, like, series I should try and watch. God, I mean, I haven't fucking... Oh, dude, I haven't been able to play any games outside of stream for too long now. It bugs me. What are the games I've got at the moment? Oh, I tried Windswear's, fucking, I'm gonna struggle. Where Winds Meet. Because I saw a lot of people talking about that, and, Noxy wanted me to try it to see if I'd play with them or not for it. Have any of y'all had a look at that game? Weekly day for checking in. Probably should do that. I mean, it's the thing of, like, I tend to just play games on stream, so I don't tend to play as many games on my own time. I probably should, though. I just get fucking busy. But yeah, where winds meet. It's like a cultivation-orientated, like, game that very much plays, like, kind of a lot of the gacha games. Like, your Withering Ways, your Genshin, stuff like that. I don't know, like, it's definitely partly my computer didn't like running it, but that game just really didn't engage me enough. It just felt very much like I could just go play Withering Waves instead. If I'm playing, like, I didn't give it probably enough about it though. Heard about the gacha game that on release that came out and said screw it, it's all free. Yeah. Like, I think that's definitely something I could consider more just because of that. I think we're at a stage where I wish more gacha games took the approach of what I still think is one of the best models that has ever been done, which is Azure Lane, where, like, you can pretty much complete, like, you can get 90% of the stuff in the game without putting money in. It's cosmetics that you really need to put money in for. And I think that's great, right? Like, if I want to ship waifu to have a special outfit, forking out $20, $30, that seems fine to me. Instead of having to, like, inclining your players to, like, making an inclination to your players to basically fork out that kind of money every week instead, by comparison. That's my perspective on a lot of that, but I also, again, I know people might disagree with me on that. Oh. I want all games to have mechanics to marry a character like an Azure Lane. The promise ring. I think that was just cute. I think Uma Musume could easily add something like that, but I know that they won't because of the stuff we've already heard about with that stuff, with the reason why they don't like fan art of the horse girls and, like, other people. I'm pretty sure if that issue wasn't the case, Uma Musume would have added that system a long time ago, right? Oh yeah, no, that trivia as well. That is legitimate trivia. is that one of the trainers said they'd only let the horse be added to the game if their tits were bigger than their rivals. I fucking mad respect on that one. You fucked my dad, yeah. Oh, I did see another horse that actually passed away the other day. It was like a very popular one. I don't think they were in English yet, though. So... I'm kinda glad at the moment, I'm gonna be honest, that the VTubing scene hasn't actually had too much like excessive soul-destroying drama. I feel like we've all chilled the fuck out a fair bit now. I know there's like the weird thing with the fucking Iron Mouse fan, but like, I feel like that's the sad part is that's just gonna be normal. Now, going back to, like, where winds meet, I didn't go to play it far enough, but I'll be honest, if that game doesn't eventually just be, like, you sit in a spot for an hour in-game to get things, it's great. Like, that's how it's gotta be. It's cultivation. Cultivation simulation games are amazing, because they're just fuck around, do nothing for, like, an hour. You're OP. I love it. I saw a guy today streaming making a campaign short adventure with his viewers for Pathfinder 3. Apparently it was the stream to this. He plans to do a final stream 3 And on that stream, read a transcript and tell the story of how the adventure went. Oh, okay. Interesting. At this point, I don't even I want to know at this point. Oh, it was really just dumb. Don't worry about it, Jen. See Twitch and YouTube chats trying to come up with NPCs and plot points. That actually sounds like a fucking hysterical, like, community time. Oh, I have a question, right? I'm gonna put this question forward. Now, I'm gonna pass this question with a statement that while it is a Magic the Gathering based discussion, I kind of want to ask this as a general game discussion. So, I recently saw someone bring up a statement saying, like, talking about one of the cards banned in Commander. Right? So banned in the format. It's a card that you literally cannot play. Like, it's an illegal card to play. Saying, like, why can't we just have this here? Have this. We have because we have what's called, it's a reserve list, but basically it's called the Game Changers list in Commander. Which is cards on this list. You can dictate, like, kind of what bracket your deck is. So if you want to have if you have none in there, you can be 1 or 2 bracket quite easily. If you have, like, like a couple in there, you're in bracket 3, and then, like, anything more than that, you have to be in the higher bracket. So it is indicating that, like, your deck is potentially more powerful or more optimized and all these sorts of things. I have a deck that has a banned card in it, Dockside Extortionist, because I pulled it and I thought it'd be funny to put in a deck. So one of the cards that was being brought up with this was, I can't remember their name, but they're like 4 black mana, and then like a little bit more for a legendary demon that has pay 7 life, draw 7 cards. This was banned in Commander because Commander has an inherently higher life format, and there's a lot of ways to gain life off drawing drawing cards. There's a lot of ways to, like, abuse it, right? So it was banned. It's like way too strong of an effect. And people say, why not unban it? Why not unban stuff like Primeval Titan as well, which is another card that's like, I could read it to you, and if you understand Magic's rules, you'd sit there and go, it doesn't seem bad until you put it under a specific context, which is whenever it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for up to 2 land cards, put them into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library. That doesn't sound that strong, but it's really strong because it's 2 whatever lands, which is something that's insane in terms of power. Because some lands are uninteractable objects most of the time. Like, 90% of the time you can't really easily interact with a land. So you could just build a deck full of a lot of really powerful utility lands and have this as a Swiss Army knife. And then the idea was that you could flicker it. So you'd make it disappear and then re-enter, so you'd get that enter effect constantly. And it would create a really shitty gameplay loop. So these cards are banned because they create bad play patterns, play spaces, and all this sort of stuff. But people are going, why not just put them on the reserved list now, at this point, because fuck it. Cards get banned by personal pods all the time. So if they're really a problem, personal pods will do it. And I have a question. As an at-home group, would you give a shit about what's banned and what's, like, reserved and stuff? I'd say no, right? I feel, as an example, I have a card that's in my deck that's banned and none of the people batted a fucking eye when I said that. And it's a fairly recent ban as well. It was banned last year. And it's fucking nuts. Whereas, like, so bans in my eyes are more for, like, your LGS tournaments. Like, your LGS, your tournaments that you would go to, stuff like that. Stuff where you're playing with potentially new people each time. And it's to stop that problem from occurring in those spaces. That's how I see these bans, right? Do I think that there could be like tiers of reserved list or all this sort of stuff and remove a little bit of the way things are banned? Sure. I mean, fuck, there's a card that I still look at and I think it should be unbanned, but with like quotation marks on it, or like basically an asterisk at the end. Because there's a mechanic called Companion. And Companion has it that you can have it in your deck if your Companion condition is met, but it's not in your deck. It's an entirely additional card outside of the game that you have to pay for it to enter the game, basically, into your hand. Before it used to be you just pay to cast it from outside the game, but now it's you pay to you pay to add it to your hand to be able to then play it. One of them had Companion, you have to have additional cards in your deck, and Magic Commander has a very strict rule of your deck has to be exactly this many cards. Anytime it's above or below that, it doesn't meet the condition. So this card obviously has to be banned because its Companion thing cannot be met. I think it could be unbanned for that. There is one that I think is problematic, that is also a Companion, that is, has like, I think all your non-basic lands need to be a different card, which means your deck needs to be singleton, which Commander is a singleton format. So it inherently, any deck that could run it would run it. And I agree that, like, that's a card that I could see going like, yeah, no, it's banned. Or, like, you really can't add it unless you're at the top end. I don't know. It's a very interesting problem to meet. And I don't know if there's like a good answer to any of it. Like, as a player, I feel like you want access to everything. As a developer, you want to limit access so the gameplay loops better. So at what point in time is, like, should you do this or that in by comparison to it? Should I, like, should the developers, or, well, basically, in this sense, the rules makers for Commander, should they make these legal? Can more cards come off the ban list because they're not as powerful? Like, Dockside Extortionist, again, one of the most recent bans was banned last year, and it was the cause of why Wizards of the Coast took over the Commander Rules Committee. Because simply that and Jeweled Lotus were so big that they were getting death threats. Which I still can't understand, sending a death threat over a fucking card getting banned. I get it to an extent of, like, these cards were worth fucking obscene amounts of money and they just tanked, obviously, because they were no longer playable. But, still, what the fuck's wrong with you to send something like that? That's just a too much. Because, yeah, Dockside was a run in, like, every deck that could run red. Because it was just so good. I got the security job set up now. I know where and when. Good news is that I will be able to watch the streams during it. I don't know if I should be saying hell yeah to that, actually. I'm glad, though, that it's worked out for you, Devil. As long as it doesn't end up like Papers, Please, I'm sure it'll be fine. Right? Oh god, I kind of want to replay Papers, Please, eh? It's been so long. It's such a timeless game, isn't it? Do I not own it on Steam? Oh, did I fucking borrow it off someone for ages? Is that what happened? Alone watching cameras? Fair. Papers, Please. I should probably... We could go back and play that. That'd be funny. So a lot of meta commentary with that one. To be fair, I need to play Vampire Survivors again, because there's a lot of updates to that. Like VR, apparently. Just one more screen to watch. Exactly. Oh, have y'all seen the Rest of Rats game? That's actually been, like, I chuckled at that one. That was good. I got to see Kaif and the boys play that, like, early access. That was very funny. Wait. Did I just see a game that's dating VTubers? You have become a V-lover. You have become a manager of a VTuber production by a Twisted... I feel like I've looked at this before, right? Twisted Fate, tasked with the important mission of nurturing 3 VTubers in order to help them reach the pinnacle of the VTuber world. You'll not only need to carefully manage their schedules, but also fulfill their various male symbol needs. Oh, yikers. Developer is Hintopia. The publisher is Lude Loco. Oh, God. That's a hentai game and a half, isn't it? Yep, sexual content, nudity, hentai, not safe for work, but yeah. First scene in that game is a foot thing. It is an H game. Yeah, so that ain't a game we're looking at on stream. Yikes. You're looking for a manager. Don't get any ideas now. Oh, that just reminds me of Needy Streamer. Needy Streamer was great. Still a lot of mixed feelings over how that's been handled at the moment. Like the anime thing for it or whatever. If you love a game, your Oshi turns out to be your uncle using a voice changer and being a VTuber. Fuck yes. I mean, okay. I have to ask, and I mean this with like the most kind of love and care I can say with this. Is there are voice changes really that good? That you can genuinely like fake having a female voice if you're a guy? Like, I haven't seen good ones. Some changes are decent, but you can tell like 90% of the time. Yeah, like that's kind of my thought on it, right? Like, if you've got like a bit of an androgynous sort of voice, like a kind of a very in-between voice, I'm sure it would work. But like, I feel like for a lot of guys I know that have deeper voices or a bit more monotone sort of thing, like, let's use my voice for a moment, right? I don't think you could transition this into sounding feminine. You'd have to fight damn hard for that, right? No idea. Only ones I know about aren't. But AI voice synthesizers are great, so maybe it's just out of touch. See, like, that's the thing, is I feel like using it as using a very loose example, I feel like a system like what Zen has is more likely to be used in that way. Not saying Zen is, just saying that sort of system where it's like the speech to text and then taking that text and using an AI voice over it. That works better than trying to like augment your voice into sounding a way. I feel like that would be how you'd approach that sort of thing if you were to try and do that. No? Because, like, I have voice mod, and I doubt that would ever be able to be strong enough to try and fight my voice. To be fair, I don't tend to like using many voice changes. I like to use stuff to edit my voice a little bit. To, like, either smooth it out or improve certain aspects, but not much other than that. Right? That's what I do with the karaoke, is I use a little bit of stuff to, like, tweak it up a bit. Give it a little bit of reverb, give it a bit of, tonal stuff to make it slightly better. No, that just caught me off guard seeing the V lovers thing. That was funny. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. What is this? Oh, that's a very pretty style. Normal audio filters are normal. Your voice is going to sound different depending on the mic you're using anyway. So why not fine tune your... Yeah, like, I mean, that's what I do, right? I've got a lot of mic settings done up, but then I also have a voice changer to just edit it to specifically work better for the karaoke. Like, again, it is minor what I add. I could probably pull up voice changer and you'd see, I should be able to show what I do. Right? Voice... Voice mod. I love how I, like, did a quick update sketch thing for this and then I haven't done jack shit in terms of art today. It's only been, like, nearly 3 hours. Like, you guys don't come to the stream for consistent, comprehensive gameplay or actions. If you did, you very clearly got lost along the way. Progress is non-linear. I like that. I like that one. That's a good one. I mean, to be fair, I'm actually really happy with the drawing, by the way. Like, I made a mention of it earlier. Like, this has come out quite nicely. I'm kind of surprised at how well it's going. What's happening? Alright. Apparently it needs to update. That's probably why it's having a fucking jib out. They're called creative streams for a reason. Like, it's true. Again, I did the creative streams initially as a fact of, like, I wanted to be able to do art, but I didn't want to say an art stream. And I think I've been successful with exactly that on these. I feel like I could just do a really quick coloring thing to this now, right? I love how, if we look at the color picker, by the way, I don't know how much you can see of it. A little bit. If you look behind me, you can see very clearly that it's been Mel and Mouse, the two that I've worked on it, right? What? What's happening? I think voice mod's blanked on my screen. Give me a sec. But yeah, like the colors you can see. Oh, it's Mouse and Melody that I've been working on. And you can see which one in particular as well. It's like, who did I work on last? Well, there's a lot of blues. God, my computer is struggling something fierce right now. It's fighting. Stop doing that. Oh, that's the wrong spot. Yeah, I feel like it. it is for now. Okay, and then what do you think? The color scheme. I'm going away. Thanks for the strangely long. Fuck you. It's not strangely long. Anyway, voice mod's working now, right? Yeah. There we go. This is literally all I do to the karaoke thing. There's a slight delay, there's a slight reverb, and there's a slight double pitch. But yeah, no, catch you later, Devil. Have a good one. Have good rest. That's all it does. I think this, again, this is like that example, like this is very basic stuff. Because, like, yeah, this just gives it the, like, the slight echo effect, right? Which makes me sound sexy so I can simp for myself like a narcissist. I mean, okay, what do we got here? I just go here. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. There's a lot behind the scenes. I mean, the Blue Yeti is just getting it to where it is currently, right? Like, the karaoke one is just the difference between now and when I'm in the other scene, which I think I can just Okay, so now I should be under the voice mod effect, right? Should be able to tear... Yeah, so you can hear there's like the echo to it now. Yeah, I'll just have the cat for the moment so you can, like, not have the fucking lollipop. Whereas I can do this and it'll swap right back to the clean mic. Which should be louder than normal, I think, right? Because I have a higher decibel count on this mode, I think. But like that's the extent of what it does differently. The weirdness that all of this is. I also have access to like everything because I bought this subscription yonks ago. And I got it at a time which basically means I have the permanent subscription. Show us cat on stream. I mean, if you're gonna complain, it's going away and we're getting a coffee instead. There you go. No cat now. Any of these voices y'all want to see me try? See how bad it goes? Oh yeah, kawaii. What the fuck was that? It just felt like lo-fi. What the fuck? That was awful. Helium.
What is this? Oh. Yeah, I can do this. I just want to know I can hear myself, and this is very... There we go, I'm turning it off so I can't hear myself. You guys can hear this, I can't. This is... That, yeah. Yeah. The whole stream like this, eh? Gosh, imagine.
I forgot I have that sitting there. I can just press that. What the fuck are some of these? Party narrator? Member stream? Yeah, exactly. I was so confused for a moment, not gonna lie. What do you mean? What is... Scrappy. Wait, does this make me actually...
What is... Oh my god. Nah, get me out of here.
Get me out of that. Fuck that. Every once in a while I'm like bored and I just look at these and go, why? What is wrong? Like, infected narrator? Chad.
Someone is. Oh, what? Ah, that sounds so weird. Oh. Oh, no, I don't like that at all. What the fuck?
Oh. I don't like that. I'll just put the voice volume down a little bit so it's not like oppressive when I switch over. Yeah, that'll do. What the fuck? Oh. Gunther. Okay. Hell Reaper.
What does this do? What the fuck? What is... Okay, whatever. That's so strange. Everybody's bubble behind the VTubers and Chipmunk? Nah. Which one is the porn version? I don't fucking know. Soldiers, roll out. I don't know.
Get out of that. Fuck that. Oh god, these are all so dumb. Chipmunk.
There you go. Oh god. I hate these voices. No.
No, that's gonna make my headache worse. That's foul. Brickman. Got me all bricked up.
What?
What? What is this? Wait, what? What is going on with this? I don't... Sure. Why not? Fire Dragon.
What is this, man? Oh my god. Do I even like legible? I don't think so, right? What the?
I don't even think that's legible. Voice enhancer. What does this do? Oh god. Oh. Oh. I don't know if I like that. That's... Huh. That just feels wrong. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That just felt weird. ASMR voice? Isn't there actually an ASMR thing in here? I don't know. Magic chords. What does this do? Oh, no, it's auto-tune. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, that one was dumb. I like that. Doom voice. Yeah. So many of these are dumb. We're not even like touching the custom ones as well. So you can like go to other people and see what other people have done. Gas mask.
What is this? What? Hello? Hey, I feel like you could do a VTuber of these.
Can you even fucking hear me? God damn. I feel like some of these you could do like a whole VTuber around, right? And it'd be funny, but like, also yikes.
What's this one? What the fuck? What's this supposed to be from? I have no idea what this is supposed to be from.
Why do they all make me fucking sound like way higher pitch? Like, goddamn. Is there something wrong with my voice? I'm under the water, help me. The clicking wasn't nice, that's fair. Should we try one of the female ones? See how bad that'll be. Let's Karen.
Teslas. Ah, no. That doesn't sound right at all. So this is what we're talking about. It's like you can 90% of the time you can tell it's not right. It sounds so wrong. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? It just like alright.
Oh, it just sounds so weird. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right at all. Like, it genuinely just sounds wrong. Right? Wait. What is this? What the fuck? No. That just sounded weird.
What's this one, Kimus? Rave.
No, fuck that. I should stall with this. What the fuck? Can you smell of this single? Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait. Scene change. There we go. They're all just so weird, right? It's just, it doesn't make sense to me, some of them. And I don't think that, like, I think it is also my voice just doesn't work with a lot of them, right? I wonder if it's, like, just strictly because my voice is deeper or something like that is why. Probably that they just don't in general work for a lot of people. Not gonna lie, most presets here on certain audio programs sound completely random to me too. Yeah, like, it doesn't seem like... I feel like they did it with, like, one or two like, specific individuals in mind when doing it, where, like, they got one person to tune it so their voice would do that. So I guess those presets are intended to be, like, you pick them up yourself and tweak them to your own voice. Like, to effectively accommodate, but, like, I just think it's a nightmare if I try and do it. I'm very monotone. I'm very deep. I've got a reasonably deep voice. So I feel like doing edits to my voice is just like an like a struggle that's just uphill, right? But no, the program itself is good, right? Like, voice mod is great, and it can be used for a lot of things. It's just, some of the preset voices just, I don't feel like work for me. But I could do like a whole stream with the villager. That one was funny, because that just straight up replaces what I say with that was kind of funny. That made me chuckle more than it probably should have. What am I getting pinged about? God, that was so dumb. That was just really dumb. I don't even know why we did that bit. That bit was really dumb. Anyway. Expected from these, off-topic streams, I guess. Nah, this is when you actually just find out that I've been running the voice mod the whole time to sound like a guy. I almost fell for it. No, I'm definitely a guy. Come on. How dare. I've been a guy the whole time. Haven't you seen my flesh model? Of course I'm a guy. Who the fuck rigged your flesh model? Oh, I actually saw something about this the other day that was really weird. I want to see if I can find the short for it. But someone, like, showcased something that apparently is over on, like, other short-form media sites. I think he was showing TikTokers, specifically. Like, a specific TikToker, like, calling them out. It was really weird, the software he showed. I actually want to showcase this because this is, like, something that I find morbidly interesting. We're gonna look at my YouTube for a moment. Don't worry about it. You get to see my watch history. Oh no. Whatever will I do with all of this information getting out? Where was it? It wasn't that long ago, was it? Oh, you can tell when I was doing some work. That was always fun. Oh, hey, yo, how's it going? I'm looking at my YouTube history at the moment, trying to find a specific thing, because it was really weird. And I kind of want to showcase it, because it was something that I feel like... Again, it's technology I find fascinating, but it's also, like, really scary. Again, you can see when I was getting some work done, though. It's always really... Wait, I swear I just went past that section. I just rewatch a bunch of things? I don't know, maybe. Surely it's not this far back, right? Here it is! This one. So this was something I found, like, curious. So let's have a look at this, because this is, like, talking about, like, weird... Oh, pardon me. Ironically enough, flesh tubing stuff, right?
Let's expose this AI account ripping real people off. I'll reveal how the scam works, and it's going to get pretty weird. Step 1 is to grab a source video. Maddie Quinn steals from real creators both because it's easy and stealing real women's videos makes the character feel more believable. It's all unethical anyway. Step 2 is to generate the avatar, usually with a photo AI model. I'm just gonna steal her model because she's a fake AI person. I don't feel bad about it at all. Step 3 is just to generate the video. This scam uses the WAN 2.2 replace model. It's open source and very easy to use. I'll use this video you're seeing right now, but they use the stolen ones, then take the Maddie Quinn avatar in my case, and we get this. I hate this so much, but here we are. This account is totally run by a dude. Look at that message. And the Snapchat is DiddyLovers67. That's giving pretty bad vibes. And no, this is not success. If you made money scamming old people,
But yeah, no, I just thought I'd show that. Like, that's the level of tech that's out there. And, like, that's open source. So that, you can go, like, get that yourself. That's wild. Like, technology. Anyway, what we were actually doing, y'all, is I was occasionally getting to this drawing that I've been working on. And totally getting not sidetracked like 90% of the day. But yeah, no, there you go. That's a little bit of, like, weird, scary tech stuff that exists, I guess. So that's clearly how I did my flesh tuber. I just have a voice mod or mod thing to make me sound like a guy, and then I'm that. Occasionally, yeah. It's why I've been staying out of AI communities, even if it's, I don't know, I find AI interesting. Yeah, like, it's, that's the thing I'll stand by, right? Is, like, I will openly admit I have a morbid curiosity to what's happening with these things. I don't like the moral problems, but I think, like, something like that can be used, and be used, like, for good things, right? Not stealing other people's videos and stuff like that. That's the problem there, I would say, personally. If they were not scamming people and not stealing from other content creators, I don't see a problem with using a system like that. That's the problem, though. Do I think, as, like, a content creator, you could use that for, like, models and stuff like that? To, like, do real-time tracking, maybe, eventually, with it. That sort of stuff. Yeah, I think that'd be amazing. Like, again, like, I think that would be really great for VTubers, is having something like that, to better track 3D movements and stuff like that, to make a 3D model from. I think that's great. We're seeing that with, one of the... Oh, what are they called? They're doing a Kickstarter. And they're doing, like, a really incredible bit of software that they keep actively having to showcase, like, its worst-case scenarios, because people don't believe it's real. And it does, like, live tracking for 3D models. It was incredible. Yeah, no, I agree 100% with that, Sweeb, honestly. That's pretty much my problem with it, is, again, it's like, all these tools with AI I see are incredibly cool when they're used ethically and morally. The problem is, a lot of people that aren't using it ethically or morally are getting involved. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it's going in the direction of piracy. Alright? It's gonna be a whole argument like piracy was. If any of you remember how, like, that's still an ongoing one, right? Where people will just try and take a high ground saying, like, oh, I don't support this XY company, so I pirate their stuff, right? I've seen that a lot. And it's like, well, no, it's kind of because you just don't feel like it's valuable for your money, but you're interested in it nonetheless. Again, there's nothing per se wrong with piracy. The problem is when you're weaponizing it for the wrong things, I think is where it comes as a problem. Pirates can take the high ground, they will beach their ship that... Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, yo, that's actually one of the best arguments I've ever heard for that. They can't take the high ground because they get beached. Like, I feel like it's reasonable to assume the vast majority of people that pirate things, it's because they can't afford to reasonably get access to that thing. Not to, like, possibly put myself in trouble, but I will reiterate. For example, New Zealand was, for a long time, so many years behind on media that it was impossible to stay up to date on series. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of the best examples of this. I do not believe Buffy the Vampire Slayer ever aired on TV here in New Zealand. Oh no, I think it did eventually, after like 10 years after it ended. So how am I supposed to have watched that, right? Now, for a long time, I did own the DVDs for it. But it beats the statement of, like, how were you going to access them in a reasonable enough time when they just don't come to your country. That's an issue that still exists for a lot of countries, is they just don't get the access. Anime still in New Zealand's got that problem. Is because, I think it's at Madhouse owns the, like, distribution rights to most anime in New Zealand. And they don't, like, let the licenses go. So they don't, like, even if Netflix approaches them, they don't seem to make a deal that is happy with either side. And they don't have any way of accessing it. So we just don't get anime here in New Zealand easily. Very frustrating. Like, there was a portion of time where I was paying for Crunchyroll, Netflix, and I think one other platform. And I would still only get access to, like, easily 30%, if not less, of the anime per season. And that's not to also include the fact that I wouldn't get access to a lot of, like, legacy series. Or those series might disappear 1 month and reappear another month, or whatever. I think my music just ran out, finally. There have been a point of licensing problems for sure in the years. Yeah, I think licensing problems become a lot more evident, nowadays. In non-speaking English countries, I guess we mostly relied on fan subs, though. I mean, technically we even had that as the issue earlier, right? Like, dubs used to be almost all fan dubs. Right? Like, dubs didn't... Or, like, even subtitle translations. Those used to be done by fans. That's where a lot of, like, really old memes come from. Like, all according to Keikaku. Keikaku meaning plan. Like, that's actually a fan sub. And it's gotten to this point as well that I find fascinating. I have a question I'm gonna pose. And I fully expect people to not be able to, like, give a consistent answer on this. Do you like the usage and the word, like, senpai and kohai and, like, one-chan, ne-chan, ne-san, like, those sorts of things in anime? Give me a second, I'm gonna try and fix what's going on. Ignore everything on screen. Because I've gotten to the point where I feel weird when they use the, like, in the sub, they'll use some of the, like, English kind of concept translations to that. Because, like, I feel like senpai goes into sub fine, like in a subtitled series. Better than senior does. But also, it is basically what they're saying. But I know people that, like, get very, against... God damn it, again. Very against the usage of senpai and stuff, right? Like, hell, one of the things I personally don't like is when they, like, don't put kun in the subtitle. Like, kun or sama, or something like that. The amount of times I see, like, they drop, yeah, as Yawa said, like, honorifics don't translate well. Because it's the way you refer to the individual, there's so much nuance to it, a lot of it. It's actually just, I feel like, easier to leave the honorifics in. Especially, untranslated. But then, like, okay, doesn't that become a bit of a gatekeeping moment? Where, like, now people that might be wanting to watch the anime in sub don't know what these words mean, so that how are they supposed to understand what's being said, and how are they supposed to follow? Right? It's a hard one. Because, like, could I translate, say, Yawayuki-sama to, Lady Yawayuki? It depends on the context. There's some times where, like, that does work, kinda? But, like, Yawayuki-san, like, how am I gonna translate that? Because, like, in a sense, that's supposed to be in the place of, like, the Miss, sort of honorific. But, like, kinda not? From now on, I will only react to this. Oh no, oh no, what have I done? Yaoyuki-sama, can you stop crashing the van? Lady Yaoyuki. I mean, that's what it basically would translate to, right? Oh god, what is going on in my computer? It's just a piece of art. You need to stop. Wait, I did not crash. We need to get exactly. But no, it's a very funny, like, sort of one where I feel like that's a topic that's hard to say yes or no to, right? Because I sit on both sides of the fence for that one. I think I can't say that you can go, no, it should be this or that. Because I think you could do both and it'd be reasonable. But, like, I know, yeah, my preference is that the honorific stays in. Just a second. There we go. At the same time, there's an argument that leaving things like honorifics there gives a chance to learn about a foreign culture example. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Remember when we talked about the very weird specific descriptions of old D&D? I sent a clip of one of those on Discord at 60 seconds. I'll have a squizzy, eh? Where is this going to launch from? I'm not going to get in trouble for showing this one, am I?
The lights of the torches and lanterns flicker. Along the walls, niches carved by unknown hands hold burnt torch stubs. The floor of the tunnel runs straight and flat. A slight layer of dust lies over the smooth surface of the floor. About 5,500 feet into the tunnel, another tunnel leads sharply off to the south. The wind
I'm fucking sorry, what?
blows steadily from the east. The direction of the main tunnels changes slightly to the south-southeast.
Why?
Even though the direction of the tunnel has changed, fresh air still blows from the exit due east. About 4,500 feet east of the tunnel, to entrance to Tunnel 1, the main tunnel turns due south for 1,500 feet before it bends south-southwest for another 1,500 feet. It ends in a cavern 3,000 feet long, 800 feet wide, and 20 feet high.
What?
Small tools lie near 6 mounds of earth that appear to have fallen from the ceiling. Something protrudes under one of the piles of earth. What do you do? The lights of the
That doesn't sound like you're introducing a cool room or something. That sounds like a math quiz. That's actually the same energy as, like, how many bananas can I fit in my car? Like... What? 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 How? On the next dark cave, yeah. It helps so much with imagining this space. It actually stresses me out listening to that. Because I'm just sitting there like, no, this actually sounds like someone's gearing me up to a textbook quiz. Puts me right in the action. Well, if you needed to build tension, you're getting there. It's because now... No, I'll tell you what, if anyone ever describes a room like that and it's not leads up with a boss that requires them to sit an exam, like, that would be amazing, right? It's like, it gives you all of this excessive detailing and information, and then you get given quizzes that you have to accomplish as the characters, and it's like, some of the quiz questions are like, what is the volume of the room that you're currently sitting in? And it's like, oh no. They forgot to mention the angles of the walls. I don't know how that... Like, it's just so unnecessary a detail. Like, the moment he said, like, the first measurement, it's like, hang on a minute. What do you mean? What's going on here? Somebody right. That's so dumb. That's actually just obscene. how could you ever describe something that way? Like, again, it's one of those like, oh, it's supposed to get you more immersed. Boo, that just gets me unimmersed. What do you mean? Like, that breaks the immersion so much. Malice is multitasking. I mean, it is one of my traits that I have. This is how come we know I'm not a guy and I'm actually, using the voice changer, right? Because... Is that even a thing that's even joked about anymore? That guys can't multitask? I haven't heard that in, like, decades. Right? Do you guys remember that? When, like, that was constantly the joke you'd hear at, like, school? It's like, oh, only the girls can multitask. So, no. Everyone can multitask? Exactly. It's such a weird one. I don't know. Again, I come from an archaic era, I feel. Like, I feel like genuinely when I talk about some of these things, it's like, wait, people used to do that? Like, if you see... Okay, here's one that's really gonna date me. Do you guys know about the yellow mini thing? I don't remember what starts it, but I know what you... When you see a yellow mini, what do you do to your friend? If you give 20 baboons typewriters, eventually one of them would write this one on you. Maybe it's a cultural thing? Nobody can multitask. True. If nobody can... no, if everyone can multitask, nobody can. That's the logic, right? No, but it used to be you'd you punch your friend's shoulders because you saw a yellow mini. Yeah, punch the shoulder. I don't know what started it. I really don't. I just know it was a thing you would do. It's you just go yellow mini and then punch them. Just wild to think about now. It's like, you saw a car colored a specific way, commit violence. Wait, what? Why is that a thing that would... What? Same, yeah. I feel like that one's like only 2 decades old now, right? Like I feel like that was still around in the like early 2000s. I feel really sad saying, oh, only 2 decades ago, by the way. I want to really acknowledge that did a lot of damage. Whoa, what happened? No. I can't wait till like people I know that are in like their mid-20s get to being 30. And I can do like really big emotional damage at that point. Actually, that's a good question. When we finally get around to making, like, a VTuber persona with Baxter and everything, how old do we want to make my character? I feel like at this point in time, we have to make him old. Like, it's just the law. Ancient? Exactly. To be fair, I think the original law for it was, they are a conceptual entity that's just existed. So, like, technically, however long time is however old they are. Which, honestly, I feel that some days. Here's the ancient, here's the one of the land. One of these days I'll start drawing my character again and trying to design it. Technically speaking, the last time we drew my character was for the coffin game, right? The dice have the answer. True. I'll get an 8-ball. How old am I? Seems unlikely. What do you mean? What does seems unlikely mean? Yeah, this would have been the last time I drew my, like, supposed OC. What's my age? Yes, exactly. Honestly, it's probably going to be how I answer. It's like, Malith, how old are you? Yes. That doesn't answer my question. Yes, but it does answer. It answers a question. Yeah, but that's not the... Okay. At what point in time do you think they'd give up on that? How far down the rabbit hole of silliness do I need to go? Parts. Long curve that's inconsistent. I can't get the hand motion right for it. That'll do. How much do I want to keep from my old, like, original character? I wonder. How much of the design would I change now? Do I have a good drawing of it anywhere in here? No, right? It's not in this one. I think I go up a folder or two. It's like in here, right? Yeah, there's Azu, the original design for that. How much would I change? I feel like I would very clearly change out how the hair sits, detailing work. Probably general shape language would be fairly different. Like, all of that stuff there's fine. Design-wise, I still like the simplicity of the outfit. But I do want to add, like, some complex, like, little details somewhere. Should I change anything? Reply hazy, try again. That sounds about right, actually. I don't know. Something I could work with at some point. Definitely need a workshop at some stage, right? Should we make that like a thing we do in the near future? Is like do a design time with just that model and see what we can get out of it. Hey, Joyo, see now that you've improved. Yeah, like that's partly as well some of what I'm thinking is like I have better skills now, so I'm wondering like what I would do to it by comparison. Can I just say this face alone is really funny to me when it's like completely isolated. This is just like the kind of energy to me. I don't know. Slightly tilt like that. Yeah. It's just funny. I don't know. It's good. So silly. Hey Matthew, how's it going? God, it is still morning, but it is very nearly not. What am I gonna do with the rest of my day other than, like, maybe sleep and get some more programming done? I wonder. It's just their face, man. I can't get over scrolling past it. Every time. Should do a hue. Hue? How do you do a hue? I'm not like the Fuamoko twins. I can't do like funny noises or funny faces well, like they can. They're incredible. Hue? Hue? No, I can't. Such a... The face, silly, not the sound. How do you do the hue noise? The face then? How's the hue face go? I'm a visual learner. Give me an example. It's a pretty good attempt. I feel like that was a solid attempt at the hue noise. Yeah, and the full Moko twins get it done easily because they're just very fucking cute. Like, all I can think of at the moment is Mokoko's angry face. I don't know why that's all that's popping in my head right now. You know the exact face I'm thinking of too when I say the angry Mokoko face. Oh, what did I watch recently? I watched the, like, little thing where, was it Mokoko was, like, having to, like, find out what's in the box, blindfolded, and it's just Fuawa licking her hand. And the best part is, I saw a comment that immediately said this was Fuamoko's idea. Like, this was, sorry, this was Fuawa's idea. Like, fully. And I'm like, you know what? You're probably right. None of us can prove it, but we all can agree. Ah! Can I say that putting Fuawa in the box is a genius idea? Yeah, it was great. It's very funny. No, stealing my box. Oh yeah, that's right. Box in a box. What happens if I put every VTuber in a box? What would happen? You know how I could do it? With a boxinator! And I shall put all the VTubers in the tri-state area in a box! keeps stealing my box. I still don't know how I got to the point where I was able to, like, randomly just do the Doofenshmirtz voice as well as I have, by the way. There's a little bit of practice involved, but, like, it's one of the voices I can just do off the cusp. Normally I have to have, like, a trigger sentence to, like, start doing a voice. I don't have to do that with Doofenshmirtz. What? I don't know why. Every box in the tri-state area. And I shall steal every box in the tri-state area! And then I'll put all my favorite VTubers in them. Because it's cute! Yeah, why did I start doing the voice? I can't actually remember why I started doing it on the collab. I think I just did it all of a sudden. I'm missing that part of the stream. Ah. So this is when we find out that it got copyright struck, and it's like, what got copyright struck? The voice. How? I'm going to use my YouTubernator and copyright strike everyone! Wait, you're telling me YouTube already does that? Oh, and I thought I was evil. Doing it inherently on the platform kind of seems stupid, don't you think? Why would you copyright strike all the time? Especially when it's not valid. Oh, what was the one that, like, tickled me fiercely? I think it was, like, one of the League of Legends, like, the tournaments got copyright struck for their own music. Like, at one point, and it's like the stream got taken offline or whatever. I think it was on Twitch. And I remember hearing that and just bawling my eyes out laughing. It's like, you know your copyright system's screwed when the channel that, like, the people that produced the thing get copyright struck by their own thing. Is that why? It all started when I was a little boy, and YouTube was only brand new. I wanted to make a new channel, where I started doing AMVs. But then, one time I tried to use the song Angel of a Shotgun, but like the high-pitch version of it with more energy. And then the people of copyright struck me, so now my aim is to copyright strike everyone! That's such an obscure reference! Oh! Man, that dated me a little bit more than I think it should have. you mean you don't know that song? Everyone knows it. It's got like the girl with the wings and the gun. Dan is the creator of it, and he is an amazing... He's awesome as well, because he does shorts with the voice. He still does it and everything. He's great. Doesn't he also, it's that one, like, a creator app where you can, like, hire, individuals to do voices and stuff like that. I think he's on there. So you can actually, like, hire him to say things. Obviously, keep in mind that with those sites, the idea is that I believe they fully can just go like, oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that in that voice. Like, they can deny your request. Which is very valid, because, obviously, they're not just gonna say anything and everything. Have a Doof statue on his fridge. He's so funny. He's genuinely hysterical. Like, I love him dearly. He's a great, great sense of humor, and is partly why I put in so much effort to, like, mimic the Doofenshmirtz voice at one stage. Like I was saying. Because I was like, nah, this guy's just actually hysterical, and the voice is funny. It was mainly when the meme was going around... There was a meme going around about Dr. Doofenshmirtz. I can't remember what it was, and I just was, like, wanting to replicate the voice, so I worked real hard then. What do you mean I had to work for this voice? This is my natural voice! Yes, I was born with this voice. God, that's honestly more tragic to think about than I thought. Imagine having to live your whole life listening to this. It's fucking awful. No, Dr. Doofenshmirtz doesn't swear. Oh my god. It doesn't even put that much strain on my throat either, which is the weird part. It's relatively simple. Yeah, I think it actually was just like the image with its just orange and teal image, like colors together. Question mark, orange, brown, orange and teal, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I think it genuinely was just like that meme. Perry the platypus! That's how I learned how to do that voice the most. A platypus? A plumber platypus? Perry the plumber? Perry the platypus? I can't remember the full one for that one, but it's just, no matter how you do it, whatever the direction you approach it with, it always is the same kind of energy. And it's just like, how? It was probably the best example of how, like, much of a time they're willing to have fun with that. Right. What do you mean I can't tell if he is the same thing without a hat? You'd think at some point you'd just have a paranoia against platypus. How many platypus are there in the tri-state area? Can't be that many. Also, who has a pet platypus? Isn't that kind of considered an exotic animal? The kids get hit with a doofinator? What? And all of them become Dr. Doofenshmirtz? That's wild! Do they all get, like, old and cranky and really silly? Oh, you know the other quote that I really like of Dr. Doofenshmirtz? She's 16! If you remember that scene, you know exactly why. Like, that's just such a gorgeous moment. Hey, babe. Hey. She's 16! Psst. Like, regardless of what you say, that man, he may be a terrible person, but he tries to be a good father. To Vanessa, I believe. I think that was her name. Actually blanking a little bit. Not tried, he is a good father. Exactly. No, he's great. He does all he can, even if he screws up. He always is there for her when he can be, and tries to give her the best. Much better than he ever got, right? That's the kind of the beauty of that storyline. Because, again, with all of the, like, jokes and stuff like that made, Dr. Doofenshmirtz had a terrible upbringing, right? And it's very common, and I can't believe I'm actually taking real-world stuff to this, so take a moment to accept I'm gonna be serious for a moment when I'm talking about Dr. Doofenshmirtz. We'll move on from it quickly. But, like, that man had an extremely tragic and barbaric upbringing in a lot of ways, and it's very common for parents to mimic a lot of the stuff that happened to them. They'll either overcorrect with what their parents did, or they would just become their parents. And it is amazing to see that he just became a better person. Even if he's a supervillain. Doesn't matter. He's a great guy. It all started on the day I was born. Both of my parents failed to show up. It's like, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to take that one back a moment. You what? Like, that one's probably the story that will always, like, encapsulate the best of, like, hang on a moment. I feel like we need to backtrack a little bit. What do you mean they failed to show up? They were so uninterested on me. Didn't he have, like, a brother? Like a successful brother or something like that? Became the mayor, that's right. And he was showing favoritism. Yeah, that's the main thing I remember, is that the brother was showing a lot of favoritism. Like, he actually got to have a birthday and everything. Whereas, our boy, Dr. Doofenshmirtz did not. Again, it's one of those things, if you look at his story, you actually just kind of feel bad for the guy, right? He did not have a good time. Poor Dr. Doofenshmirtz. I had a very tragic upbringing. It made me who I am. Evil! It's the most, it was the most ugly, ever due to the night of the... Oh, yeah, that's right. They made me hideous and deformed! Well, no, he was born hideous and deformed was the idea. Also, I love the best part is the more you, like, try and understand Dr. Doofenshmirtz's backstory, the more you don't have any idea what culture he comes from. His balloon was taken by an alien warlord. Was it? I remember something like that, yeah. And no one would believe him, right? Was the thing. I gotta love the silliness of that show. 110 the summer vacation and to spend it. I can't remember all the lyrics. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'm doing it a little too much off the top of my head. Hey baby. Just a side note, how we came to talk about Doof. Did we get hit by the Doof? Probably. That would make sense. But are we in the tri-state area? The way he says it too. There we go. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Another news, did you hear about the monster? Yep, it got pulled. They're gonna be redoing it, because apparently there was there was a misspelling on one thing, I know that. But also just like, I think one of the best valid complaints I saw like pretty much immediately for it was like one of the other secret lair artists that worked on a different project said, oh, we could just draw Sol Ring as a dragon? Cool, I'd have liked to have known that when I did my, the secret lair stuff I was working on, because I'd have done that. Which I was like, damn, that's actually a scathing response. But yeah, apparently didn't meet quality expectations, which is really bad for WotC, but like probably good overall because this means that they're actually starting to go like, hey, we need to actually have quality assurance, maybe. No, we actually looked at that on stream because it got like announced basically, I think just before stream started. Yeah, I don't know what I think about it in full, though. At this stage, we'll have to see what the outcome of the rework is before we get, like, whether or not we should be happy about this occurring. And also the fact that it was hated by both the... Yeah, no, it was hated by both communities. Like, quite heavily. It was hated by Magic community quite a lot, but it was hated the most by the... Monster Hunter fans. Like, a lot. Even... So, Noxie's a huge fan of it, and even she was, like, a little... question mark at moments with it. And she doesn't normally like spoilers, but this was one she was very excited for, so we kind of, me and Snake has talked about it a little bit around her. Because, like, there was just no value, either. Like, none of the cards were good. Like, Grand Abolisher was, like, the only card in the entire list that's, like, kinda worth something, like, both money and playability. Like, there's a couple of others in there that were pretty strong, like, okay cards, but they're so fucking cheap now that, like, buying a secret lair for them? No. Like, fuck, they even had, Cat Dragon in there, which is, like, actually a terrible card. Right? I want that Cat Dragon to be better, but it's, like, terrible. Every time I explain what it does, people go, like, are you adding too much to that? It's like, no, it's that bad. Because it's Wisteria, I think is the name, right? Off the top of my head. Something like that. It's like this. No. It's gonna be easy to just search through dragons, isn't it? Jund dragons. No, it's Jund. Isn't it? Is it not even going to turn up there? Was there we go. Yeah. This card. Yeah, no, this is actual, like, a terrible card. 5 mana, 5/4, flying trample. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, that player sacrifices a creature. If they can't, you make a token. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. You could remove the can't and it would be a fine, okay card. And it would still be considered kind of bad, though. Right? Like, it's just bad. The fact that, like, you can tweak it a bunch and it still feels bad is not a good sign. Like, how would I, if I was given this card and I was told to redesign it to be a valid card to run in, like, Commander, what would I do? When this deals combat damage to a player, each player sacrifices a creature. Create a 3/3 black, red, green cat dragon creature with flying. And then create an additional for each creature that was sacrificed this way. That would probably be decent. For 5 mana, 5/4? Yeah, I'd think that would probably be, like, not OP, but definitely usable. Ever-present shadow, yeah. Negligante, whatever. Like, it's just such a bad card. It's designed not with Commander in mind. Like, this is a terrible card, I feel like, like, it would be terrible in a standard format, like a 2-player format, and it just doesn't do shit in a 4-player free-for-all. Whereas, like, you look at Zaitora, for example, because Zaitora is actually, like, a legitimately good card. It gives you a free fling effect with creating you some treasure tokens on a sack deck inside of Jund. That sounds amazing! Why did they have to make one of the cutest tokens to ever exist in Magic the Gathering locked behind one of the worst effects they ever printed on a card? I swear. I still want to try and make a deck with it, though. I still own it, and I still kind of want to make a deck with it. But, like, how do you make a deck that makes the tokens? Because I want to make the tokens. Board wipe, give your commander haste. Like, board wipe, play your commander, give it haste, and then you can get a something out of it. Ah, yes, that's the way to play a 5-mana Jund commander. Ugh. Like, it's okay in the 99 for some decks. You just can't make a game plan around them. Because you're never getting that token. Yeah, it is only made by that one card. The cutest tokens in the world, only made by this card. At best, you build around the sack thing, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a flying trample 5/4, it's okay. Like, stat-wise, but for 5 mana, that seems... Like, okay, in the nicest sense, this card should just be read as a 5 mana 5/4 flying trample. When it does combat damage to a player, they sack a creature. Right? Because in Commander especially, if you're hitting someone... Like, I think the biggest problem as well is that if you're hitting a player with this as your commander, you're probably trying to kill them with commander damage more likely than you are with creating tokens. Like, why does this create tokens? This actually should not. It doesn't... Like, it doesn't benefit from trying to make those tokens. It doesn't make sense to me. Every time I look at this card, it makes less and less sense. Like, how? Oh, sorry, sniffles. It just makes me upset. It makes me very upset. And the flavor is the mother protecting its kids. Yeah, but it doesn't fucking have any children! It's too busy killing shit. It can't get kids. It's too busy going off to war. It's never coming home. That's why, like I say, I'm upset by that card because it's like such a fail on so many levels. Even if you try and make an argument of flavor, which I'll accept an argument of flavor like you kind of put forward, right? Never get to see his token, kids. Exactly. But like, if you put that argument forward, like, genuinely, that's the problem. Is it just, it will never see its kids made. It's always fighting, and it will never see that. I'm very confident that majority of the games you'd play is that with your commander. Is you will kill someone with commander damage before you would see a token. I genuinely believe that to be the case. Good lord. And I think that's a very valid criticism to put towards the card's design. Again, we're not trying to, like, say WotC are terrible for screwing up with this. We're saying that, like, they can do better. And they should. They should reapproach that card because we want to use the bloody tokens. I mean, it's not even the first time they've done that, too. Right? Like, as a big point of this, they have done tokens that are, like, super hyper unique to specifically one card, and they've reprinted that same character again later. Let's see. Oh, this will be faster to find it. And yes, I am pulling this up. This is the example. Hazazon, right? Shaper of the Sands. This is not the first time Hazazon has ever been printed, nor is the first time these tokens get made. Because there is another Hazazon that exists. Gonna have to actually probably search it separately. This is the original Hazazon. Same colors. On your next upkeep, is put into after this is put into play, put X tokens, Sand Warriors into play, where X is the number of lands under your control. If Hazazon leaves play, all of the Sand Warriors get exiled. Right? This card's terrible. But it's the first instance and the only other instance of Sand Warriors being made before Hazazon themselves got done, and then like one other card that also creates them. Which is the Sand Scout, I believe, right? I guess Sand Scout is the only one that also produces them. Pretty sure you make them? Yep. When one or more lands are put in your graveyard from anywhere. The Graveborn tokens. Yeah, like, again, it's not that this doesn't happen. It's that it happens highly infrequently. But this is why I say, like, why... There are also... Yes, there are also enchantments, but most of them got, like, added around Hazazon, right? I'm trying to remember the enchantment specifically. Desert Warfare, this one. Modern Horizons, yeah, that was Modern Horizons that got added. Right? Is that Modern Horizons, or is that one of the other ones? I'm pretty sure that's a Modern Horizon, right? But the point is, though, is that, like, that token didn't exist for a long time outside of this original card. Then they printed more. It's not hard that they can do that. That's why, like, that Cat Dragon token deserves another run. Modern Horizon Commander? Which Modern Horizon Commander? Was it Omo? Is Omo what they printed that in? I'm guessing so, just looking at this list. Really? You'd print that in Omo? You'd put that in Omo? I feel like I'm not seeing the line. Like, okay, it's kind of that thing of like, I get it, quotation marks, but like, also, really? Of all the things to put into an Omo deck, you put that in there? Really? Like, that's 5 swings of Omo? Or like, well, 1 enter and 4 swings? To even, like, activate it? Unless you're running deserts in the deck, which I don't know if you'd want to. Where else? I mean, yeah, Goyce wouldn't want to run it. Eldrazi wouldn't want to run it. And your energy can't run it. So yeah, obviously it's Omo. It's just like, I don't see this being that great in that deck. Hell, I don't see it being good in a Toph deck. Why the fuck is it in a Toph deck? In 15 decks. Yeah, it shouldn't be in many. I feel like that's people basically taking the Yuma precon and putting Toph on top of it and then putting Desert Warfare in there and trying to do that. I don't know what they're fucking doing with that. No, I don't agree with it in Omo deck though. I think it's a terrible idea. I'm gonna be honest, again, it's one of those times where like Desert Warfare, Necrobloom, I can see an argument for. Hazazon obviously and Yuma, duh. I could see it with Bonnie. Bonnie actually makes a little bit of sense. Getrogue I can see an argument for. Sandbending? Oh, you've got me there. No, wasn't Toph bad at sandbending though? She even said so herself. Balin? Would you want that in the Balin deck? I don't feel like you want that in the Balin deck. Yeah, again, it's 0.1 inclusion. Like, up here, I sit here and go, like, Hazazon makes the most sense. Yes, it's 80%. That's good. 35% here, I feel like that's people just upgrading the Oma deck and not, like, actually upgrading it. Yuma is kind of the same argument with Omo, except it makes more sense because it is actually Desert Synergy. Kiri, because of those weird people that thought Kiri was good in the Yuma deck and probably ran that as the commander instead. Necrobloom, I can see an argument with Necrobloom purely off the only concept that you're running a lot more deserts in the Necrobloom deck than you probably should be. Right? Wandering Minstrel, I'm not even gonna start that one. That one's just that's a nightmare waiting to be asked. Really? Sasuke the Unyielding? You put it in that? I don't see the line for that. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm being an idiot. Like, it's hasty creatures, but I guess it's because deserts do have multicolor, so you can run, like, a bunch of deserts with this. To try and do your mana fixing. And then you do get tokens out of it. I guess. You did it before it was cool. That's fair. I mean, I did it by buying the Yuma precon and then making the deck from there because he's in there. And he's not even considered the sub-commander. Kiri is. That's the thing that throws me off the most. Flubs, I don't understand anyone that would rationally play that. Why is this in point A? Land creatures control. No, why would you run that with that? Why has that got a 0.8% inclusion? What the fuck's wrong with you people? Why is 16 of you that dumb? I feel like all of these people, because it's like 17 decks, 18 decks, 20 decks, 20, 20, 33, 43. I feel like all those people are like the same person. Like it's like 20 people that keep putting in every green deck they can. And it's just like, oh, this deck has land sack or something like that. I'll put this in here. It's like, why? Why did you do this? What is wrong with you? Do you need assistance? Think Flubs is due to the first ability? I don't agree with that though. Like, I think Flubs is so turbocharged. Why would you do that? I don't think Flubs is supposed to swing. I think Flubs is supposed to kill a person with a combo. Because it's just a Song of Creation kind of energy, right? Like, Flubs just looks like a cute little guy until he puts a Song of Creation out and you're like, oh. Flubs is gonna now cast all of the 0 mana artifacts. Discard a desert, the desert come back, the desert warfare, I think that's the line. Okay, I can see the theory. I still think it's dumb. Like, I think that's one of those ones where I'm like, I can see where you're going with that, and I think I agree that that must be the mentality, but I think it's bad. Right? Like, even if you're doing that, I still don't think Desert Warfare is that good. Because, as I just so quickly saw, you got your Excavator. Just run Excavator. Play lands from your graveyard that way. You've also got, I'm sure it's probably in this list as well nowadays, but the insect from Edge of Eternities. The nutty one. There we go, Isil Explorer. Like, again, I see Flubs as you're running Song of Creation 90, like, yeah. 79% inclusion. I fully sit there and agree with that, right? Do I think that's the correct play? Not always. Because that means you are, like, drawing 3 cards per game action? Like, 3 cards per draw? Well, 3 cards per cast. You can play 3 lands. You draw 1 on land thing. So you are fully trying to play from your graveyard with that energy. I guess if you're running Aerith, obviously, that's kind of how you do it. Because then your entire deck's in exile. Actually, Toph's insane in this deck, by the way. Like, real talk, this is actually insane in that deck. Why has that got only why has that got a negative synergy? That sounds insane. Put in like a bunch of really cheap instant sorceries and artifacts? Because it's non-creature spell, right? Whenever you cast a spell, it's not even just a spell. You can fucking have creatures. Yeah, whenever you cast a spell, Earthbend 1. If it was a lesson, put an additional 1/1 counter on there. Yeah, no, that's a... Dude, why is that not in more flop decks? That's insane! No, I can't be convinced that that's bad in that deck. Like, again, I'm putting Song of Creation in the Iroh deck, right? Like, I'm putting Song of Creation in the Iroh deck because it's a nuts for, combo. Being able to draw through your entire deck at light speed. Oh no, I have to discard my hand at end of turn. Anyway, Iroh can, like, make all of that cost 0, basically. Like, again, Iroh with Song of Creation is, like, slightly lower power than Flub's Song of Creation, but I think Iroh and Toph could easily go into a Flub's deck. And be nutty. Very, very nutty. Also, Badgermole Cub being in every green deck possible now at this point. Holy shit, have you seen that in Standard? Oh. I need to get a copy of Abundance, still. And Paco... Not as good, but in the right deck, it's great. Yeah, no, like, I think Song Creation is an insane enchantment. I think it's absolutely insane. What are people suggesting with it? I wouldn't put it in Iska. That seems weird to me. Zerus I can see. Animar I can kind of see. Child of Alar, that... No, you know why it's in Child of Alar? It's because there's a Miku version of Song of Creation, and it's the Miku Child of Song. That is probably the only reason that's actually up there. Oh, this would make so much sense with it, actually. Idris. After it deals combat damage, spells you cast from hand of Cascade. That's a nut one. Yeah, that'd go fast. But yeah, no. That makes a lot of sense to the Paco deck. I feel like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think Song Creation is in the Flubs deck not to be played alongside Flubs, but to be played instead of? Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was thinking with Animar, right? It's like, it's just the cost reduction would just get nuts eventually. So you would just run a lot of spells that have a lot of generic mana costs, or X spells. Which is the same kind of idea as why, you're running... No, it's not Xeris. What was the other one I was thinking of? What's the name of it? Like, I could see Song of Creation in that one, Hydra one as well. Because you try and X cost reduce in that, or do X costs all the time. But you kind of want to hold on that one, so you probably wouldn't run it. Probably because both. Yeah, no, that's kind of my thought, right? The only reason you'd probably have flubs and song out at the same time is if you've got that one thing, like this dude here, right? Stuff like this, where it's like when you discard, you can exile it. If you do, you may play it this turn. So it basically, like, it's you either play flub, song, and creation together when you've got Aerith out, or when you've got contaminated construct out, right? The mono green one or the Jund one? I think it's the Jund one that I'm thinking of. Right? That's the Hydra one that cares about the X cost, specifically. So obviously you can't run it in the deck, but that's probably, like, if you were to run a deck that allows for both of them, it would probably not be too bad. Because that one taps for a shitload of mana, if I remember. Or something. I don't remember. But yeah, NMR makes the most sense. Like, I think flubs obviously is when you want to go hyper aggro with it, like hyper speed. To be fair, again, I'm pretty sure if we look at this, do you think we go to artifacts, it's going to be mainly 0 mana artifacts? Would you look at that? Of this section already, of the first 5 cards here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are 0 mana. And 2 of them are 1 mana. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're staying awesome. I'm trying my best. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Yeah, and the more we go down, there's still more zeros. Like, that's how you play flubs. If you actually want to play flubs, you play flubs with enough 0 mana artifacts to just go. Draw your entire deck and then do a win con off either a Storm Count or Laboratory Maniac, right? It turned out in Sultai not Jund. There is a Jund Hydra Commander. Yeah, I know there's a Jund Hydra Commander. I can't remember what one it is, though. I actually probably need to finish up soon, by the way, because we're about to hit 5 hours, and I do need to get some stuff sorted out. Nice art. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how it's turned out. If I turn off the thing, you actually get to see, like, properly, like, this is what we got with so far. For a quick sketch. I say quick sketch. It's not really a quick sketch, but eh. So I'm currently just doing it up again. Doing the line arts better. Right? So, with that being the case though, I'm gonna finish up here. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.